feet up in the fourth quarter. Cade had 13 assists. Guess how many Brunson had last night?
Well,
same number as you and me.
Yeah, 0.
0. How about Asar Thompson, the job he did? The Knicks as a team had 15 assists. Cade had 13. He was an assassin. He took over that basketball game. Everything from the crowd energy to the way they finished to the way they defended to the way their stars showed up. John, that was a hell of a statement by the Pistons.
And I mean, stars showed up, but it's also, and we've talked about this, it's the bench.
Yeah.
It's how deep the bench is. Jalen Duren, unavailable. Doesn't matter.
No Tobias Harris, no Karis LeVert on a back-to-back. Doesn't matter.
Right. And we talked about it earlier in the season against lesser opponents where, hey, Cade's out, Jalen's out, you got all these guys out, and they're still winning. But it was always, well, it's lesser opponents. And I know this is still against the team in the East, and the East isn't like it is in the West. But this was the team that knocked you out last year. Yeah. You're at home. You're in front of your fans. And I was watching out of curiosity because of some of the things that we saw last year in the playoffs. And it was, the Pistons can get on a 10-point lead. Yeah. They could be up 15. But what are they going to do in the fourth quarter? Are they going to allow New York to get back into the game and make it something? And they didn't. They just said, hey, thanks for coming. We appreciate it. Spend your money here. Fill up the hotels and go back to New York. The cute little town that's New York.
Yeah, I was going to say. I loved, I think it was Green hits a 3 to get him up over the century mark.
Yeah.
And there's a TV timeout after the big 3. They show Spike Lee sad sitting courtside and then pouting Jalen Brunson as they go to commercial. And it was incredible.
Yeah. Well, and okay, second quarter, you outscore them by 9. Third quarter, you outscore them by 10. Fourth quarter, all right, we know they're going to play it.
Yeah.
You got to continue to play, and they outscore them by 11.
There was no let up. And John, the Pistons, they showed a stat. 5-1 on back-to-backs, now 6-1 on back-to-backs. The NBA, that's typically a scheduled loss. Most teams lose, and they showed that too. The league average, you lose the back-to-back more often than not.
For a team that is as high energy.
Yep.
They're expending maximum energy every night. Now, I know they're young, and hey, you could do that, but you would think at some point on the back-to-backs, it's going to bite you in the backside at some point.
And look, it was a big-time win against Cleveland.
Yep.
Cleveland's had Detroit's number, and then to flip the switch right back out the next night and pummel the Knicks the way they did. That's a statement game for the Pistons.
Yep.
And it was a fun game if you were there. It was a great game to watch. You got to kick your feet up in the fourth quarter and watch sad Knicks fans and Knicks players take their lumps.
Yep, or you could start flipping channels, which I started to do. And there was a lot of really good sports on last night, and it was, there was a championship game on, which I'm sure maybe locally I was the only one watching, Montana State, Illinois State.
Okay.
It went into overtime. It was an awesome football game, some great moments. And it was a great game, but it allowed me to go and explore other options. I mean, the Wings were playing.
They were.
It was Michigan State was playing. That one wasn't very exciting either. So it was total dominance in terms of Detroit sports.
Yeah, and look, it's where we're at. The Wings were an afterthought for me last night. Now, obviously, with the staggered start time, I caught the finish of that hockey game, and Detroit scoring a shorthanded goal for the first time in almost 80 games. But the game was teetering. Ottawa kept getting power plays, and the Wings find a way to win. They're in first place in the Atlantic. It's not to take away from them. I found, me, more of a hockey guy. I found myself glued to that Pistons game, even in a blowout, because I just couldn't get enough of it, John. I just couldn't get enough of it. Give me another steal. Give me another transition dunk. How about a step back 3? Couldn't get enough of it.
So it begs the question, we dabbled in it a little bit yesterday, but everything yesterday was Lions. Lions season's over, and we'll the long off season has begun, unfortunately. But with that game last night, it was perfect timing. No Monday Night Football, and now all of a sudden you've got the Knicks in town. And Michigan State was playing last night. Michigan will play tonight. Has basketball season officially begun?
Yeah, for you guys out there, has the switch been flipped? Are you in on basketball now? 248-539-9797. And we will, of course, focus on the Pistons to start the show. Let's get to some of you guys. Paul, you're in Madison Heights. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. I am so glad to hear you guys talking about the Pistons. I am so done hearing all the diatribe of the Lions this, the Lions that. They need to do this, they need to do that. Hey, the Lions are done. Pistons are number 2 in the NBA, and there isn't a whisper about it in the national media. I'm actually looking at some stuff right now, and all I'm seeing is, what's going to happen with Trae Young? Well, Trae Young's washed, man. Why are you talking about him?
Right.
And how come LeBron at 41, how he's changed his game? Who cares? They're out of the mix. The Pistons boat raced the Knicks last night, and there is nothing about it in the media. Not at all. Talking about Jokic's injury. Yeah, Jokic's great, but he's not going to play for a long time. Why are we talking about him? It's amazing. I mean, in the state of Michigan, there's so much more going on, basketball especially. But even our hockey team is playing great. Yep. Michigan State's playing good. U of M, oh my God, they're undefeated.
Yeah, will they lose? Right. We have a very good stretch of basketball being played by our teams, and throw in the teams on the ice too, college hockey and the Red Wings. To his point, I go to ESPN NBA headlines. KD Savers winner versus Suns. Kerr ejected. Curry fouls out. Knicks, quote, gotta respond after Pistons drubbing. It's always framed from the Knicks standpoint.
Right.
It's not Detroit cementing status as number 1 team in the East. And then you go on. There's, to his point, sources, Hawks, Young, working together on a trade. Pistons are not getting the love they should right now.
They're not. And, I mean, I don't care if no one else is talking about them. You would like to get some national respect. They certainly have earned it and deserve it. But, hey, let's just keep being the cute little team from Detroit until everyone is forced to recognize when we get to the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
And it's that's what makes being a Detroit sports fan somewhat intriguing and fun, because we're the last team in all of our sports to get any respect.
248-539-9797. Bruce is next up. Bruce, you're on 97.1.
Honestly, I don't think the Pistons are going to be the number 1 seed the whole year in the East. I think Boston's eventually going to catch up to them later on when Tatum comes back.
What's the latest? I know he's planning on getting back before the postseason, right?
Well, some reports say January 9, I saw.
Yeah, that's what I read yesterday. I'm actually a Detroit and a Boston fan, but I'm more of a Boston fan because that's where I grew up at. So when Tatum comes back, I think they're going to run the East. They're doing stuff without him right now, and Brown's just running the show.
They are. I mean, obviously, with the Pistons beating the Knicks last night, it bounces them to 3rd, and the Celtics are right there, 3.5 back of the Pistons.
Yeah.
And I would agree that the Celtics are a bigger threat than the Knicks. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
I would just caution with, I don't know. I think January 9, I think it was May that he tore his Achilles.
Right. January's aggressive.
Anytime in January seems like it would be very aggressive. And I know they're going to err on the side of caution with him because he's so important to the franchise. They do need him, and they're simply trying to stick around in a position where when he does come back, they can make something happen. I mean, with that injury and being an explosive sport, how effective is he going to be when he? I'm not saying he's going to be limping around.
No,
but he's not going to be Jason Tatum at his peak.
So when we had Stoney in last week, he was talking about Tatum will be back, and Stoney was guessing like March. And March would make a little more sense. And then you can ramp him up for the postseason, which would then begin in mid-April.
Yeah, I know how that injury affected me. And obviously, clearly, different type of athlete, different type of sport. But I wasn't having to run up and down the court. I wasn't having to, to jump and land and do all the things that Jason Tatum is going to have to do, the things that make him special.
248-539-9797, as this texter puts it, not bad for a cute little basketball team. Mm-hmm. Another one at New York. Who's the cute little team now? Guys, I've fully flipped the switch. Go Pistons. Kenny in a car.
There you go.
Guys, Alex and Grand Blanc, I'm so happy I can focus on a winning team with the Pistons. Detroit basketball season has started. More of your feedback, more of your thoughts. It's 97.1.
Hey, you hear those ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy. It's a number, and that's good for them. But if you've just been injured in a car accident, what's it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Feminino. He wins big, of course, but he also knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Call David at 855-65-CRASH or visit getdavidgetpaid.com.
John had the question, have you made the switch? Are you in basketball mode now? Pistons with a statement win last night against the Knicks. 30-point blowout.
Yeah.
Sad Spike Lee courtside, pouting Jalen Brunson, 0 assists against a Pistons defense that won't quit.
What a different feeling about Brunson last night versus the series last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a problem. He had some big shots in the playoffs, but they smothered him. Asar did a great job on him. Pistons forced 20 turnovers. They had double-digit steals, double-digit blocks. Mm-hmm. And Cade, you want to talk about the stars coming out to play? Cade had 13 assists. Cade scored 29 points in 29 minutes. Cade was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, it was just fun to watch because they, from beginning to end, they led.
And you spotlighted, hey, shout out the bench. I love that second unit, Ivy and Dennis Jenkins playing off of one another and throwing Green as kind of a 3-guard look. That's a Pistons team playing on a back-to-back without 2 starters and a contributor, without Duren, without Tobias, and without LeVert. Didn't look like they were shorthanded. Didn't look like they were winded.
Can I give you my Stoney moment?
Yeah, you have a
I got a Stoney nitpick.
Please, what is it?
So we've talked about all the stats, right? The fact that, hey, 3-point shooting, they were over 50%. Awesome. Field goal percentage, 55%. Awesome. You know, we talked about the turnovers, the steals, all of those different things. I just get frustrated when professional basketball players aren't better at shooting free throws.
Okay.
They were sub 70%. They were 69%. They were 11 of 16. That free throw shooting, to me, is I tell my kids all the time when we're in the backyard, right? Hey, they don't call them free for nothing. Like, they're free for a reason. Take them.
So if they were 12 of 16 instead of 11 of 16, A-okay.
They would have been better. No, yeah, I'm thinking they need to be more 14 of 16.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, I mean, it's
this is such a Stoney moment.
It is a Stoney moment.
When they win by 31 points.
But I do think that all the little details will matter.
They will.
And so, just be better.
Ridiculous. Guys, in the past week, the Pistons have beaten the Lakers, Cavs, and Knicks. 2 of them were on the road. 2 were blowouts. 1's on a back-to-back. It's the best week of Pistons basketball in 10 years.
Yeah.
Sure feels like it. Guys, I don't think I enjoyed anything better than watching Brunson pout on the bench. Guys, I love the Pistons surge. Let's keep the national media hype to a minimum. Tigers had it. Look what happened to them. Dug in a truck. Guys, awesome Pistons win, and glad the Wings won. But, man, does it feel like they're going to do it to us again this year?
Well, okay, the whole Wings thing. They are, just like we're celebrating the Pistons being in first in the East. Correct me if I'm wrong. They are, in the Atlantic, the number 1 seed.
Correct.
The weird thing is that you look at Tampa, who's number 2. Their point differential is plus 32.
Yep.
Montreal Canadiens, all right, they're even. It's 0.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to the wild cards, the Flyers, plus 8. The Penguins, plus 4. You jump over to the Metropolitan, plus 13, plus 17. There's another, the Islanders are even. The Wings are minus 5. They're the only team that is currently in playoff standings with a negative goal differential. Mr. Hockey Man, please explain to me.
Giving up more goals than they've scored, John. That's how negative goal differential works.
I understand that. Thank you.
When they lose, they get blown out.
Yeah, I mean, when they lose, it's ugly. And when they win, it's nail-biters and close. Like, even at the end of December, I went to some of these games. They were thrillers, but they were OT winners.
Does that last? Can you always win the thrillers? Can you always win the nail-biter?
John, I'm focused on the moment right now.
Just asking the question.
Because you and I both know, and I think there's a impending sense of dread when we get late in the season. We've watched this team build 9, 10 double-digit cushions in the second half of the season and still not make the playoffs. So what I'd like to do is not be rain cloud guy. I want to enjoy the fact that they're winning hockey games.
And so now I'll flip the script because I'm not normally rain cloud guy. I'm just asking the question because I think I believe that they will sustain this.
Oh, okay.
They're not going to win all the nail biters.
Okay.
But I do, and I don't think they're going to stay first in the Atlantic. But I do think they're a team that will stay above the cut line the rest of the way.
There's a couple unknowns. One is the nearly month-long layoff for the Olympics. They'll have some players playing in the Olympics, knock on wood, come back healthy and keep playing good hockey. How does the team respond to a layoff, the trade deadline? If Detroit doesn't do much, which they haven't, are the teams around them going to do something and make up 2-3 points? It's the unknowns.
It's so just asking the question.
I'm happy we started with the Pistons, and we'll keep the lines open for people who want to talk about this basketball team. Dan Campbell was at the podium yesterday, and he said a couple things worth replaying. We'll get to that at 6:35. 7:02, we'll kick off playoff football with a draft. We're going to take our playoff teams and compete toe-to-toe. We'll do that at the top of the hour. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, you guys. Well, after over a day of chaos in Ypsilanti in this neighborhood, police say they have arrested a man who barricaded himself with a sword in a cross-street home. You might have heard about this because, like I said, it went on for 30 hours. But they say after that amount of time, the 53-year-old suspect safely was taken into custody. And they say the standoff, though, resulted in evacuations for some neighbors. There was shelter-in-place orders for others. So there was a lot going on. But police say the suspect had tried to get into a neighbor's home with a sword. And when police arrived at the scene, the man allegedly charged officers before barricading himself inside the home. This was at 12:20 p.m. on Sunday. Then by Monday afternoon, authorities had all but exhausted all of their negotiation tactics. They did try to get inside the house, and this guy just kept barricading himself further into the attic. When they threw tear gas into the house, the guy took the tear gas and threw it back at police. So, I mean, this went on for a long, long time, but it has finally come to an end safely, which is good news. If you're excited to take part in the Black Lake sturgeon fishing season, John, maybe you.
Oh, yeah.
You need
I've
to
been
be,
there for this one. Yeah. I've not done it, but I've been on the ice when this is going on. It's awesome.
It's pretty cool. You need to be kind of quick on your toes because it might not last long.
Yeah.
Last year, it only lasted 17 seconds.
What?
No, 17 minutes. 17
minutes.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes. There's a big
Blink and it's
difference.
done.
Yes, as we all know.
17 minutes. Excuse
Time
me.
matters.
Holy cow. So the 2026 Lake Sturgeon fishing season on Black Lake in Sheboygan and Presque Isle will start at 8 a.m. on February 7th, and it will could run through the following Wednesday or until the quota of 6 sturgeon is reached. So that's why it could go rather quickly. The traditional, I guess, season lasts about an hour.
Yeah.
So in 2023, it lasted 65 minutes. In 2022, it was 36 minutes. Last year, it was the quickest time ever at 17 minutes.
Yeah. It's really cool to be out there because people are shouting and screaming and cheering, and it's just a lot of fun to be out there. I've not actually sturgeon fished officially before, but it is a fun experience.
Yes. You might remember recently I told you about those special American flag edition license plates that would be available to Michigan drivers this year. Well, in the first 12 hours of availability, 727 of these special red, white, and blue plates were ordered. So people want them. The plates celebrate America's 250th anniversary, and they're an updated version of the 1976 plates. So they look pretty awesome. They're available this year. They cost $55.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I do have some really sad news to report. Pat Caputo, our colleague and a longtime Detroit sports columnist, has been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. This was a shock to, I think, everyone. Yeah. I didn't find out until I was scrolling through news articles last night. But you may have noticed that he has been off the air for quite some time. And on Monday, he did post about the news on X. So in his post, he said, "For those wondering where I've been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, commonly referred to as a death sentence, and had 2 other serious ailments which put me in ICU for several days. It was sudden. I've literally been on my back for weeks. Bless you all."
It was shocking news. And most of us here at one point or another have worked on air with Pat. And I did, when I was first getting into local radio here, I would do Lions game days with him. And I loved the fact that he would challenge me on things that I thought I was, hard and fast rules. And he would challenge me and make you prove it, make you, come up with numbers and stats. And we all know he's, baseball numbers and stats. That's his thing.
The book.
Yeah. And it was crushing news. So thoughts and prayers to him, his family. Gosh.
It stopped me in my tracks yesterday. Yeah. We knew he had been away. We didn't know why. I had no idea it was something like this. It's something we're going to be pulling for him.
Oh, without a doubt.
And want to see him get through this. He was awesome. I mean, I did some crosstalks with him when I would work the weekends, and we had one knockdown drag out over baseball payroll because Pat knows his baseball. He knows his stuff. And then there were other stories, like I'm working late night, and I'm working a Pistons game, and he's on after the game, and we're over in the gym on the treadmill, and he would joke, it's like a This Is Sports Center commercial because we're commentating on the game, just having a good time. So sending him as much love as we can, and thinking of Pat a lot right now. That's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Sure are. What does that make the Knicks? Pistons roll last night. Statement game on a back-to-back, shorthanded, pummeling New York with their largest margin of victory of the year. Yeah, that'll do. Beast in the East. Statement made loud and clear. We'll keep talking about the Pistons, and we'll make room on the phones all morning long. If you're feeling some type of way, you went to that game, that crowd was awesome. You watched that game, you're feeling good about your team. John's question was, are you in on basketball now? As football season's in the rearview mirror, are you in on basketball? We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Back for the new year, a chance to win $2,000.
And we went out with a bang in 2025.
So 7:25, your first chance of 2026 to win some cash with us. John, Dan Campbell spoke at the podium yesterday.
He did.
And Brad Holmes will speak later this week. For Dan, let's start with a short summary. How would he grade his coaching?
I kind of love him, right? He's very honest about and what he says, we're kind of all like, yeah, we've said it on air. Like this season was a failure.
Yeah.
We said it last year. Season was a failure. They didn't end up in the Super Bowl. They didn't win the Super Bowl. They didn't even end up in the playoffs. So we kind of were talking about the same things. And then to hear it from the coach, at least you have somebody in a position of power that agrees with our thoughts and our feelings.
There's no excuse making.
No.
He was asked about play calling. Would he be open to calling plays next season? This is what Dan Campbell had to say. How do you feel about it?
All right. Yep. So, hey, he wants to do what he feels best for the team. What do you feel is best for the team?
Right. Look, the idea of your head coach calling plays is not a foreign concept.
No.
A lot of guys do it, and a lot of guys do it well. Just to give people context, of the teams in the playoffs now, the majority of the head coaches call one side of the ball. And it's both one seeds. Mike McDonald of the Seahawks calls the defense. Yeah. Sean Payton of the Broncos calls the offense. But you can go up and down the list. Rams and Sean McVay. Niners and Kyle Shanahan. Those guys have played for, and in the case of McVay, won a Super Bowl. Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur, Liam Cohen, Dave Canales. The majority of the coaches in the playoffs are calling plays. So it can be done. It doesn't have to be too much on your plate. You'll have to delegate. If Dan Campbell's going to call offensive plays next season, John, it reinforces to me that they need someone on the defensive side that doesn't need someone to help them. A more experienced defensive coordinator, a veteran who's run defenses for a decade, someone where Dan Campbell can just say, dude, it's you.
Yeah.
I'm not stepping into meetings. I'm not helping you out. I can trust you to run the defense solely as an experienced defensive coordinator. That would be my thought. If Dan's going to call the offense next year, I need an upgraded defensive coordinator.
He's been very non-committal on both, which is appropriate at this time, right? This is the first week of the offseason. This is the second day of the offseason. And he spoke yesterday, and I always feel like the day after the season ends is a little bit early because you're going to get a lot of, well, I need to evaluate the positions. I need to evaluate the players. I need to evaluate the coaching staff. I need to evaluate myself. And he, in regards to, who's going to be calling plays next year, that's all part of that evaluation. The offense was markedly better when he took over for John Morton. That bar was really low.
Yeah. The defense got worse, and you may have some issues with situational football and running the team at the same time while you're calling plays. So he has to figure out the best way of organizing game day operations. I'm not opposed to him calling plays next year. I'm really not. But, John, to me, then it means I need Raheem Morris running my defense, or I need Todd Bowles if he's let go, or I need Jim Schwartz. I need someone who I can say, hey, that's off my plate. The flip side would be if Dan says I don't want to call plays, I'm going to go get an outside play caller, then maybe he can. keep Kelvin Shepard and be more of a CEO and oversee both sides of the ball.
But so to be an offensive play caller, obviously you've got to be an expert on defense as well.
Mm-hmm.
His expertise, we all know, is offense. It's the same thing. Like when you're talking about all these other play callers, yeah, you've got to know what's going on the other side of the ball. I don't know that whether or not he is the play caller, that should determine what they do on the defensive side of things.
So I'm oversimplifying that.
Well, not necessarily. So it's you got to take a look at the defensive side and say, how can we improve? Is it a matter of health and personnel? Is it a matter of recognizing that personnel and being able to call the defense that best fits that personnel? Not because I love man coverage. I want to be aggressive. I want to blitz.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't have that personnel, you can't keep doing that. And we saw in the Bears game, they didn't have the personnel to keep going man, and they finally moved to a more, I don't want to say passive defense, just a different style of defense because it was more zone coverage and it fit the personnel better. Why did it take so long?
Yeah.
But they eventually got there. Now, what did he learn as a defensive play caller moving forward to next year? Like what can he tell Dan Campbell when Dan calls him into his offense and he's got all the metrics in front of him and says, I need you to convince me that you are the guy moving forward?
248-539-9797. Dan Campbell says he's open to calling plays next season. What do you want to see happen with the coordinator spots, and do you want Dan calling plays?
So I was going to ask you guys, what do you think if hiring an OC and going to be the play caller is the most important attribute? For me, it's somebody that's run a more pro-style offense because of Goff. Somebody that fits with Jared Goff. Like, I was kind of hoping that Zach Taylor got fired from the Bengals because he's from the Rams tree and has a past with Jared Goff, that would have been kind of an attractive hire to me because somebody that's like had some running, I don't know if that person's going to fit.
At the same time, Dan's going to want someone that runs his offense his way.
Right.
Well,
because if he's going to loosen up the reins, he wants to trust that someone's going to do exactly what he would do if he was in that spot.
Yeah, but I do worry about him being too stubborn to it having to be his way. He has taken over two OC's play callings midseason. That tells me that I'm reading in between the lines a little bit that he's a little bit stubborn, and maybe somebody with some fresh ideas could help too.
248-539-9797. We've got the Lions in the mix, got the Pistons out there as well. Jason and Fenton, you're fired up about our Hoops team. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, fired up about hoops for the first time since the Bad Boys era, to be honest with you. I was out of basketball for a while. I moved out of Michigan, wasn't watching, didn't watch the go-to-work era, which I wish I would have. But I started to tune in at the end of last season, and I am all in. This team at the end of last season, for me, was a player away, and those players were just not able to play because they were injured or whatever. And to watch them play like they played last night and put it in the face of the Knicks after watching them get beat in the playoffs last year was so much fun. This team is legit. I love it.
They're a very likable group.
Yeah, and they work together really well.
Yes.
You see them gel. You see them have each other's backs. It's just, to me, it's kind of the feeling I got with the Lions after they started to roll. Once things started to move, they started to have each other's backs. You saw them on the sidelines hyping each other up. And I see that with the Pistons. People need to really jump on board with this team because they're a blast.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see teamwork on defense, team defense, but also sharing the ball on offense, the energy, the camaraderie, what you see on the bench. Like, yeah, man. And anybody out there listening going, I just can't watch the NBA. Pistons are different. The Pistons are not your run-of-the-mill NBA team that takes nights off on a back-to-back. They're not a team that takes possessions off very frequently on defense. In fact, they're locked in, they're dialed in, and they're forcing takeaways, steals, turnovers, all of it. Likable group.
Yeah.
And winning will do that too, by the way.
Yes. Winning will make a group very likable.
All right. More texts and feedback on Dan Campbell as a play caller. How do you guys feel about that possibility for 2026? It's 97.1. Guys, we're into 2026. Life gets busy. It's easy to forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. If you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, it's Brightside Dental. Brightside Dental's welcoming new patients with a $35 new patient special, and Brightside can see you often same day. 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
Pull it out of his hat. Good save there.
It was a fun night last night at Little Caesars Arena. Pistons with a thunderous victory against the New York Knicks. It doesn't avenge the playoffs last year, but you could tell this team wanted to make a statement with the top two teams in the East going toe-to-toe. And Detroit won that game going away. Cade Cunningham was spectacular. You want to know where he stacks up in the East? Nobody better. I don't want to hear about Jalen Brunson. I love pouting Brunson shots. I loved seeing sad Spike Lee. I love seeing Pistons fans getting after it.
Yeah.
It's a good night. 248-539-9797. We also brought up Dan Campbell staying as the play caller potentially next year for the Lions. He said he's open to everything. Here's some of the feedback. Guys, the Lions season's over. Can we please talk Pistons? We will do both.
Yeah.
Open
and
lines.
we have been talking Pistons.
Plenty. Guys, when Dan took over play calling, the offense got better both times. Just stay as the play caller. How involved is Dan on defense when he's calling plays? That's a big question.
So to your point, like if he is the play caller and he is going to be obviously all week long, that needs to be 100% of his focus.
Right.
And he is not in those defensive meetings, or he's not overseeing Kelvin Shepard or whoever that defense coordinator is more than he would normally.
Well, that was my thought process, is not just certainly during the game when things are moving so quickly, but even during the week. If Dan's going to skew more to the offensive side of the ball, which those are his roots and he's called plays before, I want someone on the defensive side of the ball who is experienced and can conduct themselves without any oversight from the head coach. And no knock on Kelvin Shepard. He's at an early stage as a defensive play caller. He does need more support from his head coach. I don't think a Raheem Morris would need the same level of oversight, or if Todd Bowles is let go in Tampa Bay, or Jonathan Gannon. I'm just giving you coaches. Jim Schwartz, now that Stefanski was let go in Cleveland, Jim Schwartz is going to be looking for a job. And they're all different styles of people and defenses. And I'm not telling you that any one is perfect for Dan, but he should be doing some vetting and making those determinations, because I'd feel better about him calling plays if Todd Bowles was running the defense, for example.
So yes, on the surface, that sounds like it would make all the sense in the world. My argument is, if you're going to make that change, if Dan is going to be the play caller, why wouldn't you make that change anyway?
Yeah, I suppose.
So it's somewhat semantics, but I do think that there needs to be a deep dive into is Kelvin Shepard the answer?
Right. We talked about it last week a little bit.
Whether he's a play caller or not.
So where are you at? Because, okay, New Year, people might not have listened last week. You weren't in last week. Stoney made the case, give him another year. I said I'm ready to make a change. Nothing personal, like the guy, but this is business. We're chasing a Super Bowl. How do you feel about it?
I go back to the Philly game and everything leading up to it, and some of the changes that we saw even in week one against Green Bay. I thought there were some changes and shifts that he did defensively in game, and then all the way up until the Philly game, I thought this defense actually is starting to play really well. And we talked about the Tampa game where it was, hey, they were able to manufacture with having everyone out in the secondary against a good wide receiving core and a quarterback that was hot at the time in Baker Mayfield. Okay, yeah, it seems like Kelvin Shepard is the guy. But since the Philly game, and you look at and I think you got to take a look at the Giants game and say, yeah, Jameis Winston isn't the starting quarterback. He's also a quarterback that has had 4,000-yard passing seasons. And he had one of those days where he's just simply throwing it up and it's being completed. Well, why is that? Well, because one, he can do it. Second, it wasn't the greatest performance. So it's kind of both. Yeah. But they never seem to recover from that. And then you see them play against Chicago at the end of the season,
right, much better
against a quarterback or a coordinator that we know is really good, a head coach and coordinator that we know is really good at calling plays. So it's, why was there that dip from the Philly game to the Chicago game?
Yeah, and it was not a dip. I called it a valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. It was. Why did they struggle defensively in those games? And if it's simply injuries is not an excuse, but it can be a reason. I'm willing to give him another year.
Okay.
Because I saw enough.
I thought it was a mixed bag.
It wasn't good enough. Special teams.
Yeah.
All right. We know Dave Phipp is a really good special teams coordinator. Was special teams good this year? No. Are you ready to get rid of Dave Phipp?
Hadn't really thought about it, but no.
Right. So I think you got to take a look at everything and say, what are the things that they did well? And I'm sure Kelvin Shepherd is looking at these like, okay, where did we fall short? Mm-hmm. No one's going to be more critical about himself than he is, but is he willing to make changes and shift not his philosophy on football,
right?
But when guys do get hurt, you're going to have to shift how you operate.
Can you bend? Can you be flexible? Can you make those tweaks? I don't need to see zone when you're already eliminated from the playoffs.
Because we saw Robert Saleh do it in San Francisco.
Well, that's another example. Failed head coach that's running a defense at a high level. Those are the type of dudes I'd be interested in bringing in here. Like, I don't know, maybe it just rubbed me the wrong way when he said, I'll stand on a table and tell you we didn't get the ball run down our throat. When that's exactly what the Rams did, and then the very next week, Pittsburgh ran for over 200 yards against them. Like, I don't want to feel like,
and that was a unit that wasn't hurt,
right? And I don't want to feel like you're taking me for an idiot. You're going to stand on the table and say you didn't get, dude. It was like 500 rushing yards over 2 weeks. Like, what do you call it?
Yeah, and how much
semantics? They didn't run it down our throat, but what they ran around us, like
what we don't know though is how many of those defensive play calls were the right play call, but it just wasn't executed up front. That's where we go to, okay, the mystery of it. And yes, the safeties have to be a part of run support. Yes. You don't want them to be your leading tacklers, but they have to be in position to prevent a 55-yard run against Pittsburgh.
Some quick responses from you guys. Guys, what do you think about Gruden as an offensive coordinator? Smart guy looking to get back in the game. Kind of feels like he'd come back as a head coach.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I know he's looking to get back into the game, pretty much any which way possible. If that's the option, I would rather have Dan as the play caller.
Okay. Guys, I think you have to be a successful OC to call plays as a head coach. That's why the guys doing it this weekend are so good at it. Dan's expertise is being the CEO of the team, so he can be a part of everything and have a say. Guys, I definitely think the Lions need an OC. Campbell has always been bad with clock management. This season, even worse. I don't think he can juggle being the head coach and the play caller, Jim in Fenton.
Well, that's where you go to the personal analysis and say, okay, if I am going to be calling plays,
what do I need to be
successful?
I
need to have somebody on staff that is going to be standing right next to me at the end of the first half, into the second half, and saying, this is in the final 4 minutes of the half, this is what you have to do?
Well, he gave himself a freaking F, so there's going to be a lot of self-evaluation. We had him on all season, and there would be times we'd ask about an end of half or end of game, and he'd go, yeah, I probably should have done the other thing. So there is a self-scout there, and maybe that is the adjustment they make. This text says the statement made that Dan not having to worry about the play caller leaving sounds like a Costa Smarm alarm. Said he needs to call plays next year and heavily rely on a skybox team to help manage the clock. Glenn in Macomb.
See, this offense for the Lions was much more successful when he took over. J-Mo was a much larger part of the offense and opened up a lot for everything else when Dan Campbell was calling plays.
2 Grand Slam next hour, plus our playoff football draft. 97.1.
Eastern Conference Finals preview last night from a good little basketball team from Detroit and the team that plays at the mecca of basketball, and instead the Pistons punked the Knicks 121-90 on the second night of a back-to-back while missing 2 starters and one of their best rim protectors. They still limited to New York one of their worst offensive performances in the last 3 seasons. Jalen Brunson had 25 points but 0 assists and 6 turnovers. Cade Cunningham had 29 points and 13 assists and did so on fewer shots in less minutes. Karl Anthony Towns, 6 points, 1 rebound, and 6 turnovers. OG Anunoby, 5 points. Mikal Bridges, 10 points, 0 rebounds. The entire Knicks starting 5 mustered a whopping 4 assists and paired them with 15 turnovers. 90 points was the fewest New York had scored in a game since November 1st of 2023. And here's what J.B. Bickerstaff had to say about his team's defense after the game. The Pistons face the Bulls at home tomorrow. The Red Wings also raced past the Senators 5-3 last night, improving their record against Canadian teams to 9-2 this year. They'll face another team in Canada on Thursday when they play the Canucks in Vancouver. And MSU basketball blew past USC 80-51 last night. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we don't have a team in the playoffs, but we're going to have some fun anyway. We are going to draft and compete against one another. 4 rounds, 4 teams apiece. John versus me versus Behind the Glass. Team producer. Gov and Greg going to work together on this one. We did a randomized draft order, and, well, lo and behold, I got the number 1 pick.
I think I'm going to see a lot of shaking of heads behind the glass. I think there might be a disparity.
Greg has kind of told me to take the reins on this. He gave me kind of just a broad opinion, and so then I'll get shaking heads when I do something that he doesn't like.
yeah, Mr. Philly.
But hey, he gave me the power, so
the order, I'll go first. Behind the Glass goes second. John will pick third and go wrap around with the snake-style draft. Are we ready?
Yeah.
With the number 1 pick, I'll take the Los Angeles Rams. MVP of the league should be Matthew Stafford. Him and his head coach have done it before. I will take them as a wild card team as the number 1 pick.
all right. And I suspected that. I thought you would take them. They're pretty much the favorite, so not a surprise. And so with consulting with Greg, and I had said he'll take the Rams. The first thing Greg said was the Bills, and I'm fine with that. I know they're the 6th seed in the AFC, but they got the best quarterback maybe in the playoffs, and I know I've been accused of being a Josh Allen honk, but Greg is in on this, so we will take the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. All right. I don't disagree. That probably would have been one of my top picks just because it is Josh Allen, and they run the ball. They can control the ball with their running back. They can control the ball with their quarterback. I think that's a tremendous pick. So Rams off the board. The Bills are off the board. And so I'm going to go one in the NFC and one in the AFC.
Smart.
I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
Out of the NFC. And I know exactly what I'm doing in terms of Sam Darnold. And then on the flip side, I'm going, okay, AFC. Who do I think is going to be the team out of the AFC? Do I go with New England and the thought that, their schedule, they won a lot of games against, not great teams. I know that Drake May is also in the MVP running. Or do I go Broncos with Bo Nix?
Take both teams at the bye. Take 2 1 seeds.
Which then I have no first round picks, at least as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the 1 seeds have had a lot of success lately, except for last year.
Oops. I said, wait, what are you talking about? Or do I go? I mean, it's Trevor Lawrence with Jacksonville. So I'm going to step outside the box a little bit. I'm not going to go with the 1 seed. I'm going to go with the Houston Texans.
You jerk.
I knew that was going to be your next pick. I did that somewhat because I knew you were going to go there next.
They were going to be my pick, and I don't know how Greg would have reacted to that, but I just love their defense. I think it can just potentially roll through these playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Greg, I'm down to 2 teams here, so I want you to kind of apply. Yeah? You want to go there?
Yeah.
All right. He's going to let me wear my name. Mr. Philadelphia. The Eagles flipped the switch in the playoffs.
Uh-huh. They got the experience.
Okay, well, you're kind of saving me from myself because I don't want to go 2 NFC teams back-to-back to start. So I've got the Rams. With the next pick, I'm going to take the New England Patriots.
Okay.
I feel like that's the best team left on the board. I get a damn good head coach, quarterback playing out of his mind. Okay, New England. And then I go back-to-back here?
Yep.
I guess, why don't I take... Oh, no. I'm going to take the San Francisco 49ers.
Ooh.
Okay.
Who would have thought 4 NFC teams would be gone first? I didn't anticipate that.
This goes back to Behind the Glass.
All right, Greg, I know we're not touching the NFC teams here at this point. I know how you feel about that. No Bears, right? You don't want to do Bears. Okay. Broncos? Sure, yeah.
We'll take
the 1 seed at this point. Now, do worry that we're going to have a Bills-Broncos divisional round game, but hey, we get one to the championship game.
Yeah, I debated the Broncos. I just didn't want to do Pats and Broncos, like two teams that feel like kind of the same, right? Young, not having been in this spot before. I want to diversify my portfolio a little bit. So I left the Broncos on the board. You guys take Denver. John, back to back.
Oh, boy. So my draft will be done after this, going with just 4 teams. So I'm going to have to take Jacksonville.
He says with so much joy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so you get down to this point, right? And it's you're not the heavy Super Bowl favorites are not there.
They're gone.
And then I've got NFC, AFC, AFC. So I need another NFC team, but then I'm left with either Chicago, Green Bay, or Carolina. So then I'm basically deciding, do I think Chicago beats Green Bay at home?
Right, you got to pick.
Green Bay is the favorite.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Ben Johnson and the Bears. I just think I don't trust Jordan Love. I don't trust that defense as much as I obviously did earlier with Micah Parsons. It's going to be in Chicago, so I feel pretty confident that they'll win that first round.
Okay, I could see it. You're fading Jordan Love. All right, guys behind the glass, your last pick.
Well, I don't know if he's going to play it or not, but they play Sunday night, and I kind of like them in New England in this Sunday night spot. Proven Super Bowl appearance coach with Jim Harbaugh. We're going with the Chargers. Oh, Sunday night. Greg? Oh.
You think they finally get Justin Herbert finally gets a playoff win?
Yes.
Not very happy with you right now. I didn't think you would do a third AFC team. I was trying to play the game within the game.
We're not touching those two P teams.
So now you're left with...
Yeah, just let people know. You
got to pick one of Green Bay, Pittsburgh, or Carolina. Does Mike Tomlin finally get an Aaron?
So just so people understand, the Panthers are double-digit dogs with a losing record.
Hey, maybe they fit you with the disco.
Maybe, but I have the Rams, so I don't know that I want to do that because...
Well, you get one team.
Sure. Yeah, you're guaranteed at least one win.
Yeah, but let's play this out. The Panthers win that game. I lost the number 1 overall pick in the Rams, and I'm probably not making a deep run with Carolina. That's not a good...
Yeah, but it's in Carolina. We know what happened to the Rams last time they went to Carolina.
I know, but that's not a good strategy to win this game. So I'm going to take Carolina off the consideration, and now I got to make amends with Jordan Love or Mike Tomlin.
With Green Bay or Green Bay's former quarterback in Aaron.
Packers, Panthers, or Pitt?
I am going to go...
Well, you already took Carolina off the board.
Yeah, I'm just not doing that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Look, I said Chicago's a bunch of pretenders. Green Bay's favored in that game. It's at least a coin flip. That's the right play here. I am not happy to select Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur, but I'm going to do it. Give me Green Bay. Now I got 3 NFC teams.
Sorry, man. You wanted the number 1 pick.
I know.
So
that was the breaks.
2 teams hosting games this weekend were not picked.
Yeah, 2 home teams this weekend. Steelers
the 2 4
and Panthers.
Seeds.
Yeah,
the 2 frauds.
Yeah, the 2 teams that only got in because they won their division. So just to recap where everybody stands, I've got the Rams, Pats, Niners, and Green Bay Packers. Behind the glass team producer, you guys have the Bills, the Eagles, the Broncos, and the Chargers.
Ooh.
And John Jansen has Seahawks, Texans, Jaguars, and Bears.
I'm going full on Duval.
Who has the best lineup of teams? Who drafted the Super Bowl champion?
Is there any world where you think that the Steelers could eke out a win against the Texans?
Spread's 3.5. Sure, it's possible. Aaron against that front, though, feels like a really tough ask.
It really does. I don't even know if they can protect him. However, it's kind of the same thing on the other side. Will they be able to protect C.J. Stroud enough against Watt and company?
Yeah, you get Watt back now. He had the game under his belt from Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Game's in Pittsburgh. Tomlin is a dog.
Which game do you think is most up in the air this weekend?
I think the most coin flippy game is Packers-Bears.
Packers-Bears?
Yeah.
I'll say this. I've been talking about the Texans for weeks. That is the game, I think, where nobody is thinking that the Steelers are going to win. And that's happens in these NFL playoffs. That's where I'm worried about it right now. It's kind of like Seattle when they beat the Saints a few years, 10 years at least ago now with Marshawn Lynch, but it just has that making of that where I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, and I keep going back to that Packers-Bears game because the Bears, and I forget what the year was, but it's been a long time since a team that's gone 2-4 in their division has won a division. Now, they're hosting against the Packers, but it is a coin flip game. And I think I'm just resting on Ben Johnson and what we've heard when he was here in Detroit, what we've heard about him and his development of Caleb Williams. It's about the minute details. They didn't have those minute details secured against Detroit, but I think on the flip side, they will against the Packers.
All right, guys. Those are our teams for the postseason. We'll track how we do. It's 97-1. We're going to be talking about the Pistons at 7:35. We've got the 2 Grand Slam coming up as well. But first, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so listen to this. A proposal at Boyne Mountain nearly went wrong when the ring fell 118 feet from the Sky Bridge into the snow below. So there's this Rochester Hills man, Trevor Van Camp. He had planned the surprise weekend to propose to his girlfriend, and they were on the Sky Bridge. He got down on one knee, proposed, and then with shaky hands, he pulled the ring out of the box.
Shaky, cold hands.
Yeah, nervously, and then it fell down through the grating into the snow, into the slopes below. And they didn't give up hope. The couple spent 2.5 hours searching the slopes with metal detectors that happened to be provided by the night shift snowmaking supervisor. Had these metal detectors in his car. And then they kind of just gave up. They said, you know what? We've been out here for a while. The chances are probably very slim. We're going to call it a night. We're going to get ready to go home. Well, the supervisor said, I'm not giving up quite yet. He stayed out a little bit longer, searched, couldn't find it, but he went at the very end and picked up a handful of snow, and he saw the ring.
Little sparkle.
The likelihood of that. So they were like on their way out the door, bags were packed, and the guy ran over and was like, I found the ring. So
oh, man.
Proposal saved. And now they've got this story to tell for generations.
If you watch the video too, you can hear it hit the grate. You hear the ding. Oh no!
Oh man! So I'm glad they were able to find that ring. Detroit is preparing to launch a program that will give cash to all expecting and new mothers in the city. Mayor Mary Sheffield announced plans to launch the popular RX Kids program, which aims to ease the burden on families at what can obviously be a very financially challenging time and also a really crucial period for a baby's development. So RX Kids offers $1,500 in cash assistance mid-pregnancy. You have to be at least 16 weeks or further in your pregnancy, and then $500 a month for at least 6 months of the baby's life. RX Kids focuses on areas with high needs measured by kid poverty, maternal and infant health, is open to moms regardless of income. And they say this Detroit program is expected to launch within the next 100 days, and it would be one of the largest of its kind in the nation. So pretty cool. A 30-hour police standoff in Ypsilanti involving a 53-year-old man who barricaded himself inside the home with a sword came to a peaceful end on Monday night. So police say they were called to the area after this guy tried to get into a neighbor's home. The man then charged at officers with the knife, then barricaded himself inside the home and went into the attic. Authorities used everything they could: crisis negotiators, SWAT, tear gas, everything they could do to try to get this man to come out. And finally, after more than a day of chaos, the man safely surrendered, was arrested, and no injuries were reported. So that's great.
Well done.
Hey, if you've noticed that Pat Caputo hasn't been on our airwaves for a little while, it's because he has been battling and dealing with some major health issues. On Monday, he announced on X that he has been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Shocking news, I think, to everyone. I know we didn't know about it. Obviously, we knew he was away, but didn't know exactly what was going on. But his post read, "For those wondering where I've been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, commonly referred to as a death sentence, and had 2 other serious ailments, which put me in ICU for several days. It was sudden. I've literally been on my back for weeks. Bless you all."
Yeah, this hit us like a ton of bricks yesterday, and I have a unique experience with Pat. You know, we wish him the best of luck, first off, that he can recover.
Miracles happen every day.
Yeah, this is going to need a miracle. It is, because pancreatic cancer stage 4 is the hugest of mountains to climb, probably. But I interned with Pat in 1998. It was him and Mark Wilson. It was a brand new show, and it was for the Red Wing. They didn't have a morning show, so they created a morning show because the Red Wings were in the playoffs. So it was called the Red Wing Morning Playoff Show. So they won the cup. So I got to experience a ton of things. But the first thing Pat ever said to me is, "You know what? You're going to be more than a coffee intern." And so I'm like, cool, that means I'm going to get opportunities. And boy, did I get them. I got to go in the Tiger clubhouse with them a few times, see how you're supposed to act in a press box. And then they even one time, and they let me talk on the air. Like, what kind of interns get to talk on? So I got so much experience. that it kind of catapulted me. So he's kind of like a mentor to me.
That's awesome.
And one time I went to WCW Nitro at the Palace, and they let me give a wrestling review on the air, and were just making fun of me the whole time. Rodman competed in this thing.
Right.
It was just crazy. But, we wish Pat the best of luck, and it's just devastating news yesterday.
He is a cornerstone columnist, multiple radio stations, our radio station for a very long time, a part of people's weekends. I know people have been asking, where is Pat? We're all pulling for him.
Yep. Hey, the $2 Grand Slam is coming back, and if you'd like a chance to play, this is your time to call 248-539-9797. Good luck, everyone. Hey, today is January 6th, and it's National Take Down Your Christmas Tree Day.
Oh.
Is your tree still up?
Yes.
We took one down this weekend, and the other one
Is
it
still-
was supposed to go down yesterday, but it'll go down today or tomorrow.
It's any day now.
Yeah.
We took all the ornaments off. We just
It's
got
the worst part of, putting the tree up to me is so fun because you're
Yeah.
getting in the spirit.
Yep.
It's festive, but taking it down sucks. I dread it. Colin and I were talking about, can we hire somebody?
on.
I'm serious. It's how much we dread doing it.
Yeah, but they don't
gotta
know
put-
what boxes the ornaments go in.
I know I would be
and-
too picky about it,
Yeah.
but taking and some of the ornaments, like on like the tree we have in the basement, that's sentimental. It's like you've got to wrap some of them because
Oh,
they're
wow, yeah.
they're
fragile.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're fragile. You don't want them to
Fragile.
break. That
Italian.
We've got ribbon on ours that you have to wind up. It's just a hassle. But anyway, apparently this National Take Down Your Christmas Tree Day is always on the 6th because the 12 days of Christmas ended last night, and apparently per tradition, you're supposed to take your tree down today. Also, if you have a real tree, it's probably time.
Oh, yeah.
The real trees get, they dry out and then all the needles are falling. And
Doesn't Wojo
Things
keep
like
his
that.
up all year?
that's what I hear.
Yes, and it's been going on for like 20 years or so, probably more.
That's true. It is I've heard.
He says it. I've seen it in June.
Okay. Well, then,
But I haven't been to his house in a long time.
sounds like it's real.
Okay. Heather, are you considering that? Just keeping it up all year?
Never.
Okay.
No, it's
No.
All right. For the first time in 2026, it's the $2 Grand Slam.
Well, this would be a fun way to start the new year. $2 grand in your pocket. Mm-hmm. We know the rules. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, and $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Waking up with us this morning, it's Jeff in Garden City. Jeff, good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning. You too, Jim, John, and Heather. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Jeff, if there's one you don't know, you can say pass, and if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready to play?
I'm ready.
All right. Your timer is going to start right now. Who did the Detroit Pistons play last night?
New York Knicks.
Where did Jalen Brunson play in college?
Pass.
What's the capital of Texas?
Austin.
Which team won the NFC South this season?
South. Carolina.
Who plays Tommy Norris in Landman?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Who is the head football coach of the Miami Hurricanes?
Pass.
This band had the 2005 hit Best of You.
Pass.
Who currently leads the NHL in goals scored this season?
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the New York Knicks?
Brown.
Who led the NFL in rushing yardage this season?
Jonathan Taylor.
Where did Jalen Brunson play in college?
Kentucky.
Who's the head football coach of the Miami Hurricanes?
Pass.
5?
Yes. Started off great.
Yeah, I faded there at the end. Sorry.
It's all right.
I think 5's not bad.
$125.
Alrigy.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, you got 4 out of the first 5. So, Jeff, appreciate you playing, and hang on the line. We'll get you paid. We'll go through
Thank
the
you very
answers
much,
here.
Thanks, Jeff.
Tuesday Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid.
Who did the Pistons play last night?
He nailed that one, the Knicks. Mm-hmm. And so did the Pistons.
Where did Jalen Brunson play college? Not Kentucky, but
Villanova.
yes, along with most of that starting lineup out there.
Yes.
Most of that team. Capital of Texas.
Austin.
Who won the NFC South?
the Carolina Panthers with a losing record.
Who plays Tommy Norris in Landman?
Billy Bob Thornton got that one as well.
I haven't seen Landman, but the only guy I could name would be Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
And everybody's
It's
raving
a
about
great
it.
show.
Yeah, I know. I've heard good things. Head coach of the Miami Hurricanes.
That would be Mario Cristobal.
John, the 05 hit, Best of You.
Foo Fighters. I wouldn't have got that one. I know the song, but
Yeah.
just couldn't remember who it was.
You want to sing some of it for us?
Nope.
Who currently leads the NHL in goals scored this season?
That would be Nathan McKinnon.
Yes. Wish he would have just thrown out somebody, even like McDavid, just to see what would happen. Head coach of the New York Knicks, he got that correct.
Yep, Brown.
And this one's interesting. I don't think people realize who led the NFL in rushing yards this season.
That would be James Cook III.
You would think, well, Eagles
Yeah,
had
good-
Barkley,
good guess by
Bijan,
Jonathan Taylor.
Gibbs. Taylor would have been a great guess the season.
Derrick Henry.
that he had. Yeah, Henry with the finish he had.
Jonathan Taylor was actually third.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry was second. The ageless wonder. Bijan Robertson was fourth.
But Cook.
A-Chain. Yeah.
Cook of the Bills.
That's why when Tom took the Buffalo Bills in the draft that we had, the snake draft of who's going to win the Super Bowl, I didn't say his name because I didn't want to give away all the answers. But one of the reasons I think the Bills could possibly win the Super Bowl, number one reason, Josh Allen. Number two reason, they have the NFL's leading rusher.
Well, they need to be able to stop the run.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such an easy equation for them. I think they're getting to the Super Bowl if they can just get better against a run. I've seen teams do that before. By the way, when he got to questions 6, 7, 5, 6, 7 there, his passes got more and more depressing.
Yeah,
They
I know.
did, yeah. He
Like the best of you pass.
Pass.
It's like he was waving the flag.
Well, because you think when you start out and you got 4 or 5, you know these answers. This is going to be my moment. Oh boy! All right, next chance to win. Next chance to win is on Thursday, 7:25. Hey, coming up next, let's talk about our basketball team. A showdown against the New York Knicks, 1 versus 2 in the East. Statement loud and clear. It's 97-1. Pistons played last night, showdown of the top two teams in the NBA's Eastern Conference. And, John, Pistons made a statement.
Yes, they did. A very emphatic statement. Thanks for participating.
Yeah, not bad for a nice little basketball team. Detroit won by 30 points. It was their largest margin of victory of the season. This one meant a little more, and they played accordingly. They outworked the Knicks. Look at the battle on the boards. Look at the blocks and the steals and the hustle stats. Look at what our star player did compared to their star player. Cade Cunningham was lethal. He was in control. He involved his teammates. Jalen Brunson finished with the same number of assists as John and I did. 0. He was hounded all night by Asar Thompson, and as soon as you think you can catch your breath and Asar leaves the game, in comes Ron Holland to pressure the basketball. They played intense from the jump, and they didn't let their foot off the gas, and they actually stepped on the gas in the fourth quarter to tack on a few extra points, just so there's no doubt who the best team in the East is. John, that's the statement they made. Well, they're the beast in the East. The best team in the East is the Pistons.
And hats off to JB and the players as well. I'm sure the conversation at the end of the third quarter going into the fourth was, hey, we've been here before. Remember this in the playoffs last year where we had these leads going into the fourth and then they evaporated and you eventually lose. Or you need late game heroics. Let's eliminate that possibility. And quite honestly, at halftime, they're up 10. Mm-hmm. It didn't even feel like it was that close.
No.
They just simply controlled it from start to finish.
And think about it. Pistons were playing on a back-to-back without Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, and Karis LeVert. Didn't look like they were shorthanded. Didn't look like they had some tired legs. It looked like they had a point to prove. And I think everybody should be paying attention to what they did last night. We called it the unofficial kickoff, tip-off of NBA season, of basketball season. Yeah, man, you should be paying attention to these Pistons. Because they're a lot of fun, they play hard, and they win.
And they've only lost that one back-to-back. And that was that was game 4, and it was against Cleveland.
Yeah, most NBA teams lose the back-to-back. The Pistons are 6-1 on the second leg of a back-to-back. They don't take nights off. They're worthy of your time. If you're some of these fans who have been turned off by the NBA, I get it. I'm not going to fight you on it. But the Pistons play a different brand of basketball. It is not what you see night in and night out in the NBA.
How much stock do you put into, obviously, young teams learning throughout the course of the season? They obviously learned a lot last year. And in January, hey, they flipped the switch and all of a sudden become a playoff team. But I just mentioned that back-to-back that they lost to Cleveland. And we had talked about it briefly because it was in the middle of football season. Yeah. But it was lethargic. They didn't look like, and we had talked about, hey, this is a young team. Yeah, they're aggressive and their style of defense. They're a fast-paced team. How much of that moment do you think that they have learned from and been able to utilize in some of these other back-to-backs?
They've certainly learned a lot of lessons in a short amount of time.
The numbers say it. I just don't know if you're looking at one, quote-unquote, data point, and how much can that translate to everything else that you've seen throughout the course of the year, or was that just simply a one-off? Right now, it's a one-off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the anomaly. They show up every night. And look, and if the Knicks didn't take it seriously, shame on them.
Well, I don't know how they couldn't take it seriously.
Well, it's the postseason, and we didn't have Josh Hart, and we're on the road. Dude, that's a measuring stick moment. There are a few games that stand out more than others in the NBA regular season. When you get two teams at the top of a conference going, shot for shot, toe to toe, and your will gets broken the way the Knicks' will was broken in that game. Yeah, man, like if you have any pride, you got to fight through it. And they didn't want to outwork the Pistons. You would not outwork that team last night.
No, and okay, when you win that game, like we heard from JB, who says, it's one of 82 games.
Yeah.
That's the response you can have after you've just dominated your opponent in that game. And you move on. Mm-hmm. But what was at stake in that game? Certainly it's not definitive of what will happen in the postseason. No. It does give you maybe an indication. But for the Pistons and the Knicks, like just hanging around, the Knicks losing that game, they lost a spot. The Celtics jumped them.
Yep.
They're at 3.5 behind the Pistons, and the Pistons directly had a chance to create a little bit more distance between them and somebody else that's in contention for the Eastern Conference.
So, look, Piston fans, if you're at that game, crowd was into it. It was a hell of a game to go to. if you were watching, if you're starting to pay attention, we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. John, you had that question.
Yeah, I mean, now that the Lions season is over and we don't have a dog in the fight, we also don't have one in the college football playoffs. Football season locally has ended. Is this the unofficial start to your basketball season?
Yeah, are you in on basketball? And this could be Pistons, but it could also be Spartans and Wolverines, who are both playing phenomenal too.
Yeah, because there's a lot of really good basketball. If you haven't been paying attention and you're just jumping in right now,
cool.
Hey, Michigan, number 1 in the AP poll.
Undefeated.
And Michigan State, number 9 in the AP poll. Coming off a good win last night against USC.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden the Pistons, hey, they are starting to create some distance between them and some of the other teams in the Eastern Conference. They are currently in first place.
Yeah, we're going to be talking more about the Pistons. We want to know that you guys are on board. 248-539-9797. Have you guys flipped that switch? Are you in basketball mode now? Look, Cade right now is the best player in the Eastern Conference, and I believe only Luka and SGA have better odds to win the MVP. I mean, the Pistons are the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference, led by the best player in the Eastern Conference, and it's not like they're a one-man show. They come at you in waves, they're deep, they defend, they outwork you. Points in the paint, blocks, steals, offensive boards. Duncan Robinson grabbed an offensive board last night. I'm like, he's getting to the glass, forget about it.
Yeah.
Game over. And I thought the second unit, Ivy playing with Dennis Jenkins, feeding off one another. Ivy playing more off ball, a shooter, a scorer, a problem. They are a deeper basketball team than they were a year ago. John, if Isaiah Stewart plays, I think they beat the Knicks in the playoffs last year. I really do. And having that experience under their belt, and clearly it's powered them forward into this year, yeah, man. Look, Tatum could come back and make things squirrely in the East, but the Pistons are the best team today in the Eastern Conference.
And I'm grateful for the Pistons for putting this game away early so that we could flip over, because they were on Peacock, and it does take a little effort to flip back to regular TV on FS1 to watch Michigan State play.
Yeah.
And so Michigan State was, I think the tip-off was like at 8:30.
Yes.
So the Pistons had this one in the bag. You get a chance to tip over, look over there. And then I was also obviously looking at the FCS championship that was on last night, Montana State and Illinois State. So I'm still going to dip my toe in the football world.
Was that an OT game, by the way?
Oh yeah, it was OT. It was. There were some great moments in that game, and I don't. Nobody else has watched it, but yeah, it went into OT, and it was a blocked field goal, and then it was a blocked extra point, and then it was the field goal to win it in OT. It was awesome.
Well, let's start getting to people on the phones. 248-539-9797. Got a team we can talk about on the hardwood. Paul in New Baltimore. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, you kind of took my thunder a little bit there, but yeah, they're deep. I mean, the Pistons, if you look at it, they're not 7-8 guys deep. They're potentially 10, 11 guys deep, and they're playing ball on both ends of the court. You're watching their 3-point percentage start to go up. Yep. I would say over the past couple of weeks, which is a dangerous thing because they don't have to shoot a three if they keep playing defense the way they are. They can continue to kind of drive the basket, control the tempo of the game. Cade's playing amazing. And when you're missing 2 starters and, arguably potentially your 6th man, and you're still able to put a whooping on New York the way that you did, it's a lot of fun to watch. Haven't gotten to see it in a very long time. And, Stu, the way he's been playing defensively, it's one of those things where when time comes and Duran's back, you could have 2 bigs playing in the middle of the court, and you're going to have to force people to shoot from the outside. And I think it's going to be a great thing for us.
I think you're spot on. And Stewart even gets switched sometimes out into space, and he did a decent job when he's got switched onto Brunson a little bit. Think about what the Pistons have set up with this depth, where you can say Duran and Stu could play the entire game with one of them on the floor. Mm-hmm. Thompson and Holland, you could play the entire game with one of them on the floor. When Cade leaves, they've gotten such a leap from Sasser and Dennis Jenkins and Jaden Ivey that there's not really a big drop-off. I mean, there's a drop-off from Cade, but there's not a drop-off. Like, there's not a pocket of the game where the other team has a chance to make up ground or breathe or catch their breath.
Right, and there's different levels of defense in regards to, it's different for Asar Thompson to play defense than it is Cade. But when Cade has a block against McBride at the rim, everyone is involved. You're not just, hey, these are our defensive specialists. Everyone is playing on both ends of the floor.
Phone calls, texts, a lot to talk about with the Pistons. Love it. It's 97.1.
Hey, for more than 30 years, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has helped men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and the confidence that comes with it. And this just isn't his profession, it's personal. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair, and when his nephew started losing his, he trusted Dr. B too. That's how much his own family believes in the technology, the team, and the results. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical staff. There's no rotating crews and definitely no traveling techs. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced, minimally invasive solutions that deliver real, lasting growth. So don't sit on the sidelines any longer. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Get a free consultation, and when you mention 97.1, take $1,000 off your procedure. Let Dr. B guide you like family through your own restoration journey. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Blaha, Rick Mahorn on the call last night on the radio. It was a Peacock game. It was the number 1 versus the number 2 showdown in the Eastern Conference. They're more than that. Pistons with a 31-point win against the New York Knicks. That's a statement made. The best team in the East is in Detroit, and it's emphatic. It's definitive.
It is. And that was a game that, we earmarked at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that we were able to all focus on it last night, nothing else, no distractions. It was the Knicks coming to town. We know what happened in the playoffs last year. And was this the playoffs? No. This was a mid-season game. But they did make a statement in that game.
Some of the response coming in on the text, and we have a bunch of phone calls, guys. People are paying attention. This is a good sign. We've got a lot of people invested in the Pistons, and they're certainly worth people's time. This one says, guys, I love what the Pistons are doing, as much as I hate what the NBA's become. That said, the fact that they're on FanDuel really sucks. I'm not paying another $20 just to see a few games per month. Well, this is going to be the test. When our teams were winning, would people be willing to pay? Guys, anytime Brunson had the ball, instant boos. I was right by the opposing tunnel trash-talking them. It was awesome to see the Knicks' spirit be just eliminated. Eladio and Wyandotte.
Mm-hmm.
I love the shots of Spike Lee sad courtside or Brunson pouting when they went to TV timeout. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm mainly a football guy and a PGA Tour guy, but I will watch the Pistons and the Wings or the Tigers when they make runs.
Well, and here's the thing about going back to the text prior to that in regards to, I'm not a fan of the NBA either. I don't like the style that it has become. Hey, shoot some threes. You just stand around until somebody shoots a three, and then you go down to the other side of the court and you do the same thing. The Pistons aren't that style. They are fun to watch. They're fast-paced. They play defense. They play, I don't want to say old school because it's not necessarily old school.
No.
It's just fun brand of basketball to watch.
And with the Celtics playing well, and maybe they're going to be the challenge and not the Knicks.
Yeah.
And when Tatum comes back, who knows? But the philosophies are going to be greatly matching up here in terms of 3-point volume.
Yeah.
The Celtics are huge in 3-point shooting volume.
You mean they're opposites?
Yeah. So you're going to see, can you run this thing to the finals potentially playing a little bit less 3-point shooting basketball?
And now even on the broadcast last night, pregame, Isaiah Thomas was talking about it. They do need another shooter here in Detroit. But there's a clear philosophy where they don't rely on the three. They rely on their defense, transition buckets, points in the paint. They let Cade probe the defense and let the defense determine where the shot's going to come from. And if he can get to the cup, or he can throw an alley-oop, or they can get a high-percentage shot, they're going to do it. Now, to become the best, well-rounded version of themselves, one more shooter would help.
Yeah.
So we were talking during the break. You want me to look up what's their 82-game pace? Their 82-game pace right now is 52-30. That's a little lower than I actually would have thought.
Yeah.
So I dug back in because there was a turning point last year.
January 1?
No, that's when Ivy got hurt.
Okay.
It was December 19th. They lost at home to Utah, and they fell to 11-17. They went on a 7-1 stretch there leading up to this 80. So in their last 90 games, they're 59-31.
Okay.
It does a little more justice to the hot streak that they've been on. They're almost a 600 win pace in last 90 games.
Yeah, for over a year now, they've been playing a really good brand of basketball and getting better, by the way, because this year they've taken another step forward. Okay, 248-539-9797. Guys, have you seen the Pistons' record without Tobias Harris? They're 12-1. Better without Harris and LeVert, Robert, and Clarkston.
Well, I'm not going to sit there and say that they're going to make a run in the postseason without those guys. They've been able to sustain without some of their top players.
Agreed. He gives them some front court shooting.
Yeah.
I also would read into this stat and say he's a guy that could be part of a bigger trade. As an expiring contract?
Yeah,
and you go, we can win without him. If we
get that shooter?
Yes. That's one way I would look into that. Let's get to the phones. TJ in Belleville, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Just wanted to chime in on the performance last night, man. That was really, really impressive from the Pistons. The two concerns I had going into that game didn't occur. And I think that, when they play that brand of basketball consistently, it's going to be a real tough out in the East. The concerns that I have going forward is, every game this season, they seem to go on this 3 or 4 minute scoring drought. Their defense usually backs them up. It kind of keeps them in the game. But in this league, like a 10-point lead is nothing. So, you go on a 3-4 minute scoring drought. They hit a couple of threes, and all of a sudden they're down 4 and they're rolling. So that was one of my concerns, and that just didn't happen last night. So it was good to see. Last thing, man, before I jump off here, I grew up. I was I idolized Grant Hill, man. I loved the guy when he was drafted here. Heartbroken when he left. I actually got a chance to tell him that last year when I met him. Cade Cunningham reminds me so much of Grant Hill. Just the way that he carries himself, the way that he controls the game. It's really, really good to see, man. It's good to have another superstar on the Pistons moving forward. That's all I got, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, I mean, there are similarities in their games. Bigger, shot-creating players.
Yeah.
3-level scorers. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. I see that. I mean, is Cade the single best player we've had since Grant Hill? I mean, they won the 04 title with a collection of all-stars.
Players, yeah.
Even all-stars. But I think the level Cade is at is higher than the level that like a Rip or a Chauncey were at.
I would think so.
Okay. I don't know if that'd be blasphemous because Mayberry loves those guys and they won a title.
I mean, Cade Cunningham is a top 3 MVP candidate right now.
Right.
And none of those guys on that team were.
Yeah. So the best player since Grant Hill.
At least.
You could say best since Isaiah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he deserves it, and he could go down as the best ever. It's way too early to start doing that, and he's got to hang some banners.
Yeah.
But overall game, I don't know if I've seen a better Piston.
Yeah, wow. Let's get to Martin in Detroit. Martin, a lot to talk about. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Cookies? How you doing, John?
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, man, you hit it right on the money, man. They are deep, man. When I look at the Javonte Green, and I think he scored like close to 20, and then even Dennis Jenkins scored 25 the other day. And if you look at Jaden Ivey, he only been averaging 15 or 20 minutes a game, and he scored like 16 points. And I still think he's going to be like their second option. They're just not playing him because, they want him to get, back into the groove of things. They don't want him to get re-injured. But this team is deep. You might be right. They might go 8 or 10 deep.
Yeah, I think so. And the reason – I mean, they've been able to develop that depth as well, sometimes because they've had to with Cade or Duren or various guys being out. Other guys have stepped in. Dennis Jenkins being, maybe one of the top names that has stepped in and stepped up when called upon.
Yeah, and like Ivy right now, I don't have an issue with his role, and maybe it does grow into more minutes, but last night he was part of that second unit. He had 16 points in 22 minutes. He's cutting without the ball. He's knocking down 3-point shots, which helps space the floor. We talked about needing a shooter. It'd be nice if that was, Jaden Ivey has another gear.
Well, and what was the concern? When Jaden Ivey comes back, can he and Cade play together? And now it's all up to JB to work that chemistry. And it feels like he's working them into a perfect role.
248-539-9797. We asked you the question, have you flipped the switch? Are you in basketball mode now? And last night was a great way to get into basketball season. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Pistons, Red Wings, and Spartans were all victorious last night. First, the Pistons took to Little Caesars Arena in a rematch of last year's first-round playoff series against the Knicks. Detroit, the top team in the East, against the Knicks, who sit just behind them, and it was all Pistons in this one. Cade Cunningham went off for 29 points on 65% shooting while adding 13 assists. The Pistons' defense was the major highlight in the game, however, limiting New York to its lowest scoring output in over 2 years. With a 27-9 record, the Pistons sit 2 games back of the best record in basketball after the Thunder lost again last night. They will return to LCA tomorrow to face the Chicago Bulls. And the Red Wings rebounded after back-to-back losses to the Penguins with a 5-3 win over the Senators last night. Todd McClellan said it wasn't their best game, but they needed to recover from the weekend letdown, and they did just that. The Wings will remain north of the border on Thursday when they face the Canucks. And Tom Izzo collected his 750th career win last night with Michigan State's 80-51 pummeling of USC. The Trojans lost by a combined 59 points to both Michigan and Michigan State during their trip to the Mitten. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Last night was a spotlight game. You had the number 1 and the number 2 team in the Eastern Conference going toe-to-toe. Pistons and Knicks, rematch of last year's postseason. Pistons are playing on a back-to-back without Jalen Duren, without Tobias Harris, and without Karis LeVert. 3 of their 8 leaders, and they won the game by 30 points. Going away, a laugher. Sad Spike Lee, pouting Jalen Brunson. Fun night if you were at LCA last night. Great night to dive in to Pistons basketball. 248-539-9797. I said it's a statement game. Would love to know what statement that made. I think they're the best team in the East. I think it was loud. It was definitive. They out-hustled. They outworked New York. And, John, they didn't let up. It wasn't like, oh, we got up 20 and the bench mob's just going to kind of settle down and go home. No, they put their foot on their throat.
They did, as it's constructed now. Yep. Now, by the end of the season, if Boston is able to get Jason Tatum back, that changes the equation. But then the question is going to be, how effective is he going to be when he returns?
Yeah.
But that's a question for you get to February, March, you get to the playoffs. But
Yeah,
right
look,
now, I think they are clearly the best team as the East is constructed.
Yeah, the Pistons didn't clinch a spot in the NBA Finals last night.
Correct.
But the most that you could accomplish last night, they did. That's a marquee showdown on NBC, Peacock, national TV, Brunson v. Cade, 2 A-level guards, and our star outplayed their star. Our star had 13 assists and was in control of the game from the jump. Could bully his way to the basket, could find his teammates, could knock down a triple. Meanwhile, Jalen Brunson in the torture chamber, 0 assists, a whole bunch of turnovers, hounded by Asar Thompson, hounded by Ron Holland, hounded by the Pistons team defense, who forced 20 turnovers, had more than 10 blocks and more than 10 steals. We're also plus 10 on the glass. Like, that's a definition of you come into Detroit, we're going to out-hustle you, we're going to outwork you, we're going to beat you down, and we're going to mop the floor with you. 31 points for good measure. It's the largest margin of victory the Pistons have in a game all season. That's a statement. 248-539-9797. I love this. We have a ton of response. People are buying into this team. They're enjoying this team. Let's get to Bob in Detroit. Bob, you're on 97.1.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Good morning.
First of all, no offense to Dennis Rodman at all, but this is the most athletic team I've ever seen the Pistons have. And it used to be, who are we playing to watch on TV?
Yeah.
And now every game is must-watch TV. But the person I'm really, really impressed with is Beef Stew. I mean, all these years we've been going, give us a tall, 7'1", 7'2" shot blocker. Well, we've got one, but he's 6'10", and he wears his heart on his sleeve. You know, my biggest fear is foul trouble with Duren and him.
Yeah.
But thank God we've got 2 of them.
Right.
And you know, the athletic defense that they're playing does lend itself to more injuries, but we're so deep we can handle it. I'm looking really forward to the entire season.
Yeah, it's a good call out on Isaiah Stewart, because I think if people are just watching a box score, they're not really going to understand what he means to this team. So he's, first of all, listed at only 6'8",
Right.
but does play much
Bigger.
taller. He averages 9.8 points per game and 5.7 rebounds per game. Boy, that doesn't sound like anything special, but watch the impact he has in the way they play.
Right. There's a lot of things that don't show up in the box score that he adds to this team.
Right. I mean, he's 2 blocks a game, which does show up in the box score. And he's a guy that they can use in different ways. Like, he can shoot the 3, so it allows him to space the floor a little bit, and they can get more creative with lineups so he can play with Jalen Duren, and that allows them to do a ton of different things on the defensive end of the floor. Let's go to Henry and Flint. Henry, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm trying to call about the. I kind of tuned in when you guys were talking about if we need another shooter or not. And I'm not a big contract guy, but I'm just curious if you guys think there's any way we can get Malik Beasley back, or if Javonte Green is kind of stepping into that role that we need.
Well, I do think you need another shooter. I don't know where Malik Beasley stands right now with the investigation or with the NBA. That's the limiting factor for him signing with any team, let alone coming back to the Pistons.
But if Adam Silver came out and was like, he's cleared, he can sign with any team.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, I'd bring him back. I know there's a sour taste because he didn't make some big shots in that playoff series, but he was a big-time knockdown shooter down the stretch for them a year ago.
Yeah, but this is a more complete team, and you don't have to sit there and just hope that he is
Good point.
Making threes at a record pace.
They are not reliant on someone shooting volume threes. Now,
it would be a nice ad.
Yeah, it's part of your tool belt, right? You want to have everything at your disposal come playoff time because when you get in these 7-game series and you want your coach to have one more wrinkle, one more option. Boy, let's inject Beasley in for a few extra minutes here to see if he can get red hot and flip between TV timeouts or something. You just want to have as many options as possible. Let's get to Jay in Detroit. Jay, you're on 97.1.
Nigga, your family at home and you is doing some shit like this.
Okay, we're going to dump that and we're going to move on.
Yeah.
We're going to skip past that. He was having a different conversation with different people.
I don't think he knew he was on there.
He did not know he was on the radio. How about this? I'll read some of the response
Stop
we have
bothering
coming.
me. I'm on the phone.
Okay. All right, some of the text coming in. Cade might be the greatest Piston of all time when all is said and done. Totally fair.
It could be a part of the conversation. There's, like Tom said, you got to have to hang some banners.
Right. I mean, Isaiah is still number one.
Far and away.
And if you want to say Grant Hill was as talented and rounded out his career, and okay, fine. This texter says Ben Wallace and Chauncey Billups were Hall of Famers. We got to tap the brakes. Pat in Rockford.
It's too hard to say that is going to be. It's just like Jahmyr Gibbs. It's too hard to say he could be a Hall of Famer. Amon-Ra St. Brown's a little further down the road, but you need more. You can't say that yet. It's too early in his career.
Yeah, I would just say on his way.
Yeah. He is building a Hall of Fame resume.
Yeah, brick by brick, step by step. All-Star last year, will certainly be an All-Star this year, should be an All-Star starter this season. We'll have MVP votes this season. We'll have, I think they'll be the 1 seed, but certainly they're going to have home court. I mean, these are things you start to put on your resume that you lead a team to these things.
I mean, he's still so young.
I know.
It's like he has all the makings and hallmarks of a true NBA superstar. You know, he shook the injury bug, it appears. And ever since he got under his feet last year and got back into playing shape and all that, he's been one of the best players in this league. I mean,
24 years old. You feel like you got a decade still.
Yeah, the potential is there. Nobody's saying he's a Hall of Famer right now.
Yeah.
But the walls he is knocking down at such a, what I would say, astronomical rate only happens in the NBA with true superstars.
Yeah.
Guys, no offense to St. Brown, Sewell, Gibbs, or Scooble, but Cade is the best player in the city. I'm thrilled he's living up to the number 1 pick hype. Nate at work. Threw in a Detroit basketball for good measure.
Yeah.
You willing to go there? You're deep in thought.
Yeah, I'm hashing that out in my mind, and I guess my initial reaction would be, yeah, I think he is.
Right. So St. Brown's an All-Pro, best at his position, arguably, in that short list. Sewell, same thing, right? Short list of best guys at his position. Gibbs, 1, 2, or 3 at the running back spot, you could certainly argue. Scooble, back-to-back Cy Young Award winners. But Cade isn't fighting to be the best at his position. He's fighting to be the best in the entire sport. And the only guys you could put ahead of him are SGA in the MVP race. I certainly would put Wembanyama in that conversation, but there aren't many guys.
No, but it's also it's hard to compare that somewhat because you're never going to have an offensive tackle win MVP.
Right.
And so it's a little apples to oranges, but in regards to the impact that, Cade is having on his specific team and his sport, I think you got to look at it and say, yeah, he is the biggest superstar in the city right now.
Text coming in. Fun Piston stat. They lead the league in fouls committed per game. No easy buckets. True bad boy mentality.
Yeah, you challenge it. Well, that's what happens when you are a defensive minded team. You're going to acquire some fouls because you're going to challenge everything. You're contesting passes, not just baskets.
It's also why being a deeper team helps, because if you do get a guy who picks up 2 or 3 in the first half,
and next guy up.
Yep. Pistons showed out last night. The arena was electric. As we get closer to the deadline, I find myself walking a line. Do they risk breaking this up, or do they hang on what they have and go from there? Would love another scorer like Michael Porter Jr. or Lauri Markkanen, but at what risk? Kyle in Trenton.
At what risk, and what are you going to have to give up? I don't necessarily know that adding someone is going to create the issue. It's how many of those pieces do you have to take away to add that one?
There's a humongous factor here long term that they have to decide on, too.
Duren?
Yeah. I mean, Trajan didn't. He's going to be a restricted free agent, right?
Him and Jaden Ivey, but Duren is certainly going to command more money as we sit here today.
Right.
Those are 2 guys they got to decide on.
But especially, I think Duren right now, they've exposed themselves a little bit. What's the plan? Did the plan change? Or was Trajan trying to get him to prove it?
And I think he took a step so far this season. And if the real test for a lot of these bigs is what happens in the NBA playoffs. Because as you go deeper in the postseason, teams try to run off the non-shooters off the floor. Does his game round into form? He's never going to be a knockdown shooter, but is he so good defensively? Is he so good as a guy who can switch and take over on defense? He's a very good passer. He's very good finishing at the rim. If he shows up in the playoffs, I think you confidently throw him a max extension.
Because
but you make him earn it.
He's proving you can do it a different way.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what they're doing here. Just the complete reliance on the three-point shot is not the Pistons' game. So if this leads to postseason success,
and that's the key,
then you have to extend them.
Yeah, if it ends up being, it's a regular season thing, you need to make more threes, team isn't making up threes, then you can pivot accordingly.
That would apply to, I think for me, my interpretation of that is they will go pretty conservative at the deadline. That they're not going to get locked down with some other big contract for a couple years because they still have unknowns. Why? They don't want to tie their hands.
Yeah, I think the thing to watch at the deadline, they should be willing to give up first-round picks. These are officially late firsts. Tobias Harris is an expiring contract. If it's a move that upgrades you, he would be thrown in for cap purposes. But those in and of itself aren't going to get you a big return, right? Expiring contracts and late first-round picks aren't going to get you a big return.
Add another shooter.
If they want, that's how you'd add a shooter who could be in the top, 8 or 9 of your rotation. You want to get bolder, you want to get bigger, then you'd have to break up some of the younger pieces. It's 97-1. It's Evan Roberts in New York. So what does that make the Knicks?
Tiny.
Loved pouting Jalen Brunson going to the TV timeout, or sad Spike Lee courtside. Loved the way the Pistons played last night, and that is a statement made. The best team in the East are Detroit Pistons. Tatum comes back. We can revisit this later, but right now the Pistons are the best team in the East, and they do it with defense. They do it with a deep group. They do it with the best player in the Eastern Conference leading the way in Cade Cunningham. Lot to talk about with this team. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Everett in Southfield. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. Last night, I was at the game, and it was electrifying. Everybody was up out of their seat. They was cheering. And, they said a few choice words towards Bronson, but be that as it may. I think, as someone said earlier, and I tell people this too, if we had Stewart and Ivy last year, we would have beaten the Knicks because all the 4 games the Knicks have won, they barely beat us. So I think right now I would see how far this team would go. I would not try to change anything because the point is that we have a very oiled machine. Keep it oiled, keep it streaking. People have talked about, as far as like how Brad Holmes did not change anything, and also 2 Harris did not change anything, with the Tigers. But with this one, I'm very confident. I see us going to the ECF, Eastern Conference Finals.
Yep.
We may lose, but I just see us going to even the ECF. I would not be surprised if this team may go to the finals. I'm just not. This team is playing like a different type of basketball, old school basketball with a mixture of the new school. The bad boys mixture of as far as the going to work guys. This is what we have.
All right,
That's
so
all I have to say.
I know, Everett, you don't want to mess up with the chemistry. You don't want to add anybody or take anybody away. And if you believe that they're a team that should be in the Eastern Conference Finals or a team that makes it to the NBA Finals, how do they match up with Oklahoma City or San Antonio? Are you at a point where maybe you're one player away, that one shooter away from competing for an actual championship? Wouldn't you want to add that player?
So last night I checked the scoreboard. Remember how OKC started off as 24-1? Yeah. Okay, now within the past 11 games, they've been 5-6.
Mm-hmm.
So OKC, OKC got blew out yesterday. By Charlotte. Give me a break. I think that if we can play the type of defense, the intensity that we have, I think that we could give OKC a run. OKC, they like to shoot a lot of threes. And they do like to spread the ball out. I think with the dogs that we have, I call them dogs because Holland and Thompson, they're like some pit bulls.
Yep.
I think that we can really take care of that as far as the space is concerned. And also, too, with Isaiah Stewart, who hustled, I'm very confident that we can beat OKC. I really am.
Well, look, they're going to play him a couple times in the regular season, still have it matched up. OKC did it homegrown. They got SGA before he blossomed. They developed him, and everybody else has been a guy that, that the core was emphasized from the draft. And the Pistons are trying to do the same thing.
I hesitate when I hear the phrase, I don't want to mess with the chemistry, because people were saying about when the Tigers started hot.
Right. If you can't upgrade, you should upgrade. And I think the question is going to be what level of upgrade, because you can get a shooter.
Yeah.
You'll be able to get a shooter. You can trade your first-round picks. You can trade expiring contracts. You can get a shooter. How big a swing do you want to make? And the bigger swing is going to involve giving up guys like Holland or Ivy. Ivy's an interesting one. This texter puts it well. What the Pistons are doing with Ivy seems to be the elephant in the room. He looks like he's refound his game. They're giving him more minutes. Does he grow into a guy with a bigger role, or is he someone that you could trade? He's in between right now.
Well, he'd be a bigger chip, that's for sure.
It'd land you a bigger
player.
Fish. Yeah, exactly. Guys, the Red Wings are on top of the Eastern Conference. They won last night. You guys never talk hockey. Another one. You're slighting the Red Wings.
We did talk a little bit of Red Wings earlier. It's just that the matchup was bigger last night for the Pistons than it was for the Red Wings.
Wings have struggled playing Ottawa in Ottawa. It's a good win.
Yeah.
They're in first in the Atlantic. No one's slighting them. Pistons are the bigger story right now. Mm-hmm.
The Red Wings are a nice, cute little hockey team.
Said by one Greg Hargrave.
Time for one more call. Alden, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Thank you guys for taking the call. I wanted to talk about the Pistons. You know, I think they're a great team. I think they're having a great year. But one problem I think that's carried over from last season to this season is their free throw shooting. They are awful shooting free throws. They're near dead last in the league. And the way they want to play basketball, playing down low, playing through their bigs a lot, I'm just concerned that come playoff time when every shot's going to be contested, the intensity of the playoffs isn't like the NBA regular season. I'm just concerned about their free throw shooting percentage and why they haven't been able to get that corrected.
Well, that was my nitpick from last night as well. They were only 69% from the line, and obviously it didn't make a difference last night. But when you are playing the playoffs, when you are playing against better opponents, every point's going to matter.
Yes.
They're free for a reason.
And in the playoffs, things do tighten up. He's absolutely right. It's a completely different animal. I like that the Pistons are getting more free throw attempts this season. They're finally starting to get a little more of that respect, and part of it is they go to the rim so hard. Yeah, you want to make sure you're not leaving points on the table in these games that end up being really tight. Like last year, the Pistons played the Knicks in a 6-game series, and the last 4 games were all decided by 3 points or less. Yeah. It matters. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So a Michigan family lost thousands in an Oakland County jail scheme where imposters posed as law enforcement and then tricked them into paying bond money over the phone. And now they're sharing their story, obviously in hopes that this doesn't happen again. So the mother says that the ordeal all began on her daughter's 21st birthday and a drunk driving arrest. So when their daughter didn't show up after the birthday celebration, they tracked her phone.
Right.
And they were able to see that she was at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, it was at that moment, or shortly after that moment, that the father received a call from a man claiming to be an officer from Oakland County. So, of course, they're already thinking that this must be true because we know where our daughter is. And the caller said that the mother would receive instructions on how to post a $500 bond. And this fake officer explained that because of COVID restrictions, you couldn't pay in person. You had to pay either through Venmo or Zelle or through this barcode we're going to send you. And then you have to go to CVS to make this payment, which sounds obscene and strange. But when you're in that moment and it can be convincing. I know, because it happens. Even though it sounds crazy, it's true. So the mother followed the instructions. She took out the $500 in cash. She paid the bond through the security or like this barcode scan, whatever. And then later the scammer called again demanding more money. $480 for a tether device, $900 for mandatory classes that the daughter was going to need to attend before she could be released. So this time the mom ended up giving the scammer her daughter's number and was like,
you call
it's
her.
her fault. She can pay the rest. So they did. And this daughter ended up paying more than $2,000 as she was leaving jail to this scammer. And when they finally realized that, wait, this can't be real, it was too late. They cannot get any of their money back. And now this is kind of a reminder that the Oakland County Jail is never going to ask for money over the phone, right? And authorities say that these scammers reportedly monitor the jail's online inmate listing. So they're targeting specific people. So my gosh, I mean, it's you read these stories and you think, how can anyone fall for this? But it continues to happen.
Uncomfortable emotional moment.
Exactly. They take advantage of you. Hey, prayers are pouring in for our colleague and friend, Pat Caputo, after he revealed that he was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. So if you've noticed lately that he hasn't been on the airwaves, he has been battling and dealing with some really serious and major health issues. And he revealed on X on Monday that he's been diagnosed with cancer. And it was a simple post, but he said, for those wondering where I've been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, commonly referred to as a death sentence, and had 2 other serious ailments, which put me in ICU for several days. It was sudden. I've literally been on my back for weeks. Bless you all. So obviously we're sending our prayers and thoughts to him as well.
It stops you in your tracks because, again, we had no idea. We knew, he hadn't been on the air. I didn't think it was anything to that degree.
I couldn't believe it when I saw this article as I was scrolling yesterday. I did. I stopped and I mentioned something to Colin, and I almost texted you guys because I was like, was I the only one that didn't know this? But it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like no one really knew.
And we all have a Pat story. People have Pat impressions too. We love the guy. This is obviously something that
it hit you like a ton of bricks because
Yeah.
you just didn't expect it, and then all of a sudden there it was.
So I handle a lot of scheduling stuff here, and I knew Pat was dealing with something pretty serious. I didn't know it was this, so it hit me like a ton of bricks too. And I saw it pretty quick yesterday after he posted it. I was just blown away. I just had an interesting little past with Pat in terms of I interned for him way back like 20-some plus years ago, and I owe him a lot. He was a mentor in some ways, just the things he exposed me to get into this industry.
he was look, when I was working nights and weekends, we'd cross over. I'd do crosstalk with him on Saturdays or Sundays, or late night I'd be working a Pistons game or a Red Wing game, and he'd be on after. We'd be over in the gym back there, and we'd just be joking and messing around. And he's like, "This would be a great This Is Sports Center commercial."
Yeah, you had one vintage crosstalk with him once.
One knockdown drag out. Yeah,
he's had one with everybody.
I know.
So that was kind of like you were indoctrinated into the ticket. You're part of this now.
Exactly. So we're thinking of Pat. It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Hey, 9:02, we're going to have some fun. Our team's not in the playoffs, but the NFL playoffs are set. And we're going to draft teams to go head-to-head, compete with one another, have some fun. That's at 9:02. Dan Campbell spoke yesterday. A couple interesting things we'll play for you guys in a second. Wrapping up our Pistons conversation, 248-539-9797. That was a statement win. What statement did they make? Let's go to Antonio. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Hey, so I've been watching the Pistons all year. The great win last night, by the way. I've been watching them all year, and one thing I've noticed is that when teams employ their zone, it kind of stymies us. Like the defense, like the offense just shuts down. I was thinking that possibly a trade that might unlock Cade even further and kill that zone. What are you guys thinking about MPJ, Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah, I've seen his name come up. Stretch
think that
player.
Would,
Yeah,
I think that would unlock us completely, and like you can't sit up here and put that zone on Cade. It would just open up everything. I think it'll unlock other players. Like it'll open up the lane for Duren, opens up the lane for Cade, and then he's a knockdown shooter. Which like last night we shot the ball great last night.
Yeah, and they have the last couple of weeks. But you're right. Overall, they've gotten into some spells and stretches where they don't shoot well.
Exactly, and I think MPJ would just open that all the way up. Thing is, I don't know if that contract he got is going to be feasible for us or whatever. And sometimes, it might be questionable about his defense. But I think we got enough wing defenders that we can mash that. You know what I'm saying?
It's interesting. Like he was on that Nuggets team that won the NBA championship, so clearly had bought in to a team that could win a title, but has since kind of been more of let me get mine.
Yeah.
Let me go play for the Brooklyn Nets, get my money, get my shots, get my points. He can shoot. He can play in the front court. Those are two things that we'd like, but those are fair points.
But does he fit? And you don't have to have a perfect fit, but does he fit what JB preaches?
Right.
And
I think it's a name to kick around.
Again, yeah, you don't have. And the other thing is, he brought up like, does the contract fit? And what would you have to give up?
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to be talking more about the Pistons. I mean, look, NFL season's done. We don't have a college team in the college football playoff. We don't have an NFL team in the NFL playoffs. The offseason's going to be interesting, but
we're a basketball town now.
But yeah, we got a damn good basketball team, and we're going to act like it. We're going to talk about them. And you guys have been great today. I mean, there's been great participation talking about the Pistons. When it comes to the Lions, John, we're going to get Brad Holmes later in the week. Dan Campbell spoke yesterday. Said a couple things that stood out. We want to play them for people. The first was just an assessment of the job he did this season.
And I think we would all second that.
Season was a failure.
Yeah, I mean, and this is not a hot seat situation. This is a team that underperformed. And whether it's due to injury, it's due to bad hires in the coordinator position, it's not addressing certain positions. It's not all on Dan Campbell, but ultimately the wins and losses are. And so, yeah, it wasn't good enough. We thought this team was going to be, at a minimum, a playoff team. And most everybody thought that they should have won the division. And now that you look back and you say, well, if they just beat Minnesota twice, or if they beat Minnesota twice and they beat Pittsburgh, they would have won the division.
Yeah.
It was right there for them to have.
Look, what I like about it is, do I think he actually had an F season?
No.
But there's no sugarcoating. There's no excuses. There's no finger pointing. Because at the end of the day, he made a bad hire at OC and had to take over. And there were mixed results for the team because he had to take on more of the offensive workload mid-season.
No, the way I take what he had to say there, is a freaking F. This is a pass-fail game. You win or you lose. And when you lose, it's an F.
Yeah. Look, there were in-game decisions, coaching hires, that he has to own and take responsibility for. And he's not afraid to do it, not ashamed to do it. In terms of how this is going to work moving forward, I thought it was an interesting question. Play caller. Are you open to remaining the play caller moving into next season? So what do you make of it? How would you feel about Dan Campbell coming back and calling plays next season?
I'd be fine with it. I mean, the offense, whether it was JMO, it was just total yards per game, it was points per game, like everything went up and got better when he was. Now, there's a couple of games, like obviously the Washington game skews it a little bit, but over the course of the second half of the season when he was the play caller, the offense was in a much better spot than it was under John Morton.
And the thing that ailed this team, they couldn't run the football. You need to upgrade the personnel up front. And I think that'll lend itself to more explosive chunk plays, more consistent down in and down out runs, putting them ahead of the sticks. I'd have no issue if Dan Campbell wants to call plays next season. But then I want him to hire a more proven defensive coordinator. If you're going to have to devote more bandwidth on game day and throughout the week to offense, I don't want a coach who's still figuring it out as a young defensive coordinator. I'd like to just hand the defense to someone who's architect a unit that's won a Super Bowl. A Raheem Morris who was just fired, a Todd Bowles who may be fired. I would love to say, you guys, run with it. It's your defense. Then Dan can devote more time to being the play caller.
I don't necessarily think the two are connected. I think he's got to take a look at the defense and say, Calvin Shepard, did we see enough improvement as a defensive play caller? How much of it was him? How much of it was a lack of execution on the field? What are the reasons why the defense struggled after they played Philadelphia? And
that's when Dan took over play calling. After Philadelphia, right?
Did they play Philly before Washington?
It was right around that time.
Yeah,
You might be right.
right around that time.
Yeah.
Quick fact check here.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Philly was before Washington.
Okay. So, okay. When you put it like that, yeah, there could be something to that. But I think whether or not he is calling plays or he hands it off to a different offensive coordinator, he's got to independently look at the defense and say, where did we struggle and why did we struggle? Was it because of Calvin Shepard? Was it because of the injuries? Was it because of, the fact that we couldn't stop the run? And guys, the right formations, the right personnel was on the field. We just didn't execute.
So going back, they played the Commanders and then the Eagles.
Yeah, I screwed that up.
Yeah. That's all right.
I'm in a haze. I have been in a Lions fog since the Steelers game, to be honest with you guys.
But I don't want to get hung up on one specific game. To me, it's a bigger thing. So around that time, Dan took on more offensive game day play calling responsibilities. At the same time, the defense took a skid. He couldn't devote it. I mean, he's one man. There's only so many hours in a day. There's only so many seconds ticking during game day. He couldn't be as hands-on as a CEO for both sides of the ball. So there was slippage on defense. So as he assesses this offseason, if he does want to be the play caller, and maybe he doesn't, but if he wants to be the play caller, he has to figure out, okay, how do I do that while not slighting some of the game situation stuff and making sure that our defense still stays in a position where they can get the attention and the adjustments necessary. And to me, the easiest way would be if you had someone that you thought was a more polished, proven defensive coordinator.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so let's go with that theory where if they're going to hire an offensive coordinator, do you really want a defense that has to have their hand held by the head coach?
No.
So, so that's why I don't think that one thing doesn't have to be connected to the other.
So if you reach that conclusion, make the change regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I'm not. I haven't reached that conclusion. I do think that there were things defensively that they did not well enough at the end of the season. But again, I didn't do a deep enough dive in watching film over and over again to decide whether that was and I don't know what the defensive play calls were.
Yeah.
So was it the defensive play call or was it the flat out execution up front?
But I guess when it's multiple weeks, it's on the coach to, okay, if the players aren't executing, you're going to have to coach those players. You're going to have to teach those players, reinforce those concepts, change the scheme, put different players in, right? I mean, that's when if it's 1 week, like Calvin Shepard came out and said, I'll stand on the table. The ball was not run down our throat by the Rams. What happened the very next week? The Pittsburgh Steelers, kings of no explosive plays, busted off chunk after chunk after chunk against Kelvin Shepard's defense that you don't run down the throat of.
Right, but
so what does
but
that say?
was
That
it-
says you didn't do what you needed to do between games to get your defense right. That is on the defensive coordinator at that point.
Right, but was it Marcus Davenport, Aquadim Muhammad, DJ Reader, Aleem McNeil? Were those guys just not performing as they needed to? You could tell a guy, hey, we need you in this spot, until you're blue in the face. But if they don't do it, it's not necessarily on the play caller.
Coming up next, we'll keep the conversation rolling. I have some numbers on coaches who do call plays, and there's a lot of them still in the NFL playoffs right now. So how do you guys feel about that? If Dan Campbell were to say, I'm going to keep calling the offense next season. It's 97-1.
Hey, over the holidays, we had a hell of a cold stretch, and maybe you woke up, your house was cold. Stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. And right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because spots fill up quickly, especially in cold temps. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Dan Campbell on calling plays next season. He's open to it. Do you want him calling plays next season? 248-539-9797. Mentioned I had some numbers. The majority of the playoff teams have their head coach calling plays. So it can be done, and it can work. And I'll give you some examples. Both 1 seeds, one's an offensive guy, one's a defensive guy, they call plays. Sean Payton's calling plays for the Broncos. Mike McDonald's calling plays for the Seahawks. Sean McVay is calling plays for the Rams. He's done it and won a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan does it and has been to a couple Super Bowls. Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur, Dave Canales, Liam Cohen. Guys who call plays. Many of them offensive guys.
Right.
That call plays. And game day, they find a way to make it work. Now, that's what Dan would have to figure out is if I'm going to devote more of my bandwidth to being the play caller, what changes do I need to make on my staff so that the game day still runs smoothly? Because there's a lot on his plate this season. Some of that might be someone in his ear for timeouts and end of half and end of game, just another voice to try to make sure they're on their P's and Q's. And John, the thing I brought up is if that's the choice that he elects to make, I'd be more adamant that I want a proven commodity coaching the defense.
And I'm of the mindset, I don't think the two are connected. Okay. If you feel like there's an upgrade to be had as defensive play caller, then you go ahead and do it. Whether or not you're the CEO, and like that's the job of the CEO. How do you improve an aspect of your company? And they need better performance on the defensive side of things.
I would just be less adamant they need to make the change if Dan said, I'm going to keep my hands on both sides of the ball as the CEO and hire an offensive coordinator to call plays. And so how they decide to do this, I don't know. But we want to know from you guys what your preference is. 248-539-9797. Do you want Dan calling plays? Text says, absolutely no. Was the offense better than Morton? Yes. Was it better than Ben Johnson? No. The standard is not be better than bad, but be the best. John, this guy wants an outside offensive play caller. So names to watch for that would be Brian Daboll, Kevin Stefanski. I'm talking about coaches who are offensive guys that got fired.
Right, yeah, guys with head coaching experience, offensive-minded guys. I mean, Stefanski is one that you got to look at and say, you know, he two-time coach of the year.
Yeah, he might just sit out a year or take a head coaching job this offseason.
I know that there were inquiries about him as I think it was in the Giants, and maybe it was Atlanta.
Could be.
But you kick the tires on all of them.
And on defense, we brought up Raheem Morris, who was let go. He was the DC for the Rams when they won the Super Bowl. Jim Schwartz is available right now, highly respected defensive coach because Cleveland staff was just let go. I circle Todd Bowles as a Parcells guy, but he still has a job. Let's get to you guys. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to Steve in Dearborn. Steve, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I just want to make a comment. You know, most of us as listeners don't understand the rules in football when it comes to the limits on the amount of money spent. And I think if you could explain it to us in the future, that would be good. But regarding the Lions, you can only coach what you're given as a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator. If the talent isn't on the offensive line and on the defensive line, there's nothing you can do to make it better. That's what it boils down to. I would not make any changes to the defensive coordinator, and I don't care if the head coach is calling the plays. You've got to have a center. You've got to have a guard. You've got to have a tackle on offense. On defense, you, without question, need a better pass rush because any quarterback in the league that is a starter, if you give them 4 or 5 seconds, they're going to pick you apart.
No doubt.
I mean, that's very apparent. So the problem is not the coaching. The problem is the talent wasn't there. We knew it going into the beginning of the season we were going to have a problem. And sure enough, it developed, and we're not in the playoffs. So in any event, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have the talent there. And then it goes to what we were talking about. Obviously we're talking about stopping the run, but defensively, you got to apply pressure on the quarterback. It goes to somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and it's got to be somebody better than, Hutch is there to be able to stop the run and apply pressure, but you didn't get anything from Aleem McNeil. You didn't get much from DJ Reader. You weren't getting much from Davenport.
Tyleek
you got
is a rookie.
nothing from Onwuzurike or Pascal.
Yeah.
And some of those guys, they're free. They're going to be gone.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that coaching is the only thing they should be looking at. I would agree with the caller that the personnel is more important, but you should also be asking questions. I mean, they're going to need to hire an offensive coordinator, and the question about the defensive coordinator is at least worth discussing if you feel like there was more to squeeze out of this group.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, you're going to hire an offensive coordinator. Is he going to be a guy that calls plays?
Correct.
Or is it just still going to be Dan Campbell?
248-539-9797. My concern with Dan calling plays is the overall discipline of the team seemed to slip. He had a hard time gauging flow of the game. Marcus in Alabama.
Well, I don't know. So, yes, I thought there was not as much discipline this year when you have formation penalties. You have personnel on the field penalties. Like, those are all discipline things. Is that because Dan Campbell's calling the plays? I don't think so. It's, hey, you lose, you're down a guy, and at times it was Khalif Raymond, and then all of a sudden you've got to rely more on Tesla, a young player that you need to go out there, and they've got to know where to line up. That's the bare minimum.
The offense was good before and after Campbell took over play calling, but a lot of the game managing head coaching duties fell to the wayside. He works best as a CEO. Get a proven offensive play caller and let Dan be Dan.
I could see that. I mean, it is going to be a matter of his self-analysis and relying on other people that, on that offensive staff. Hank Fraley's been there for 8 years? And, what type of feedback are you getting from him?
Coming up next, we're going to draft playoff teams, compete with one another. We'll do it right after this. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Yesterday was locker cleanout day for the Lions and the final press conference of the regular season for Dan Campbell. The Lions head coach said his first area of focus this offseason will be the coaching staff, but not before he takes some time to mull over the disappointing season that just concluded. Campbell said he has not made any decisions on coaching staff changes or whether he will call plays offensively next season. The Lions had the 17th pick in the NFL draft, which begins April 23rd. In other football news last night, Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood announced he is staying with the Wolverines for his sophomore season. In a social media post, the QB posted a graphic of himself with the headline LFG 147, saying he will be a member of Team 147 at Michigan next year. Michigan State basketball had an awkward moment last night when former player Paul Davis was ejected from MSU's win over USC. In the middle of the second half, Davis leaned forward from his seat and said something to an official, prompting his removal. After the game, Tom Izzo said, quote, "What he said he should never say anywhere in the world," unquote. Izzo later clarified the comment was not of a racial or sexual nature. And Michigan basketball hits the hardwood tonight for their first conference road test. They'll face Penn State at 7 o'clock in Happy Valley. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So the story was in the updates this morning. We haven't really spent any time on it, but John, in addition to the Pistons winning last night, in addition to the Red Wings winning last night, Michigan State picked up a victory.
Mm-hmm.
One of the headlines from the game, Tom Izzo irate as former Spartan star Paul Davis is ejected.
Yeah, would you say one of our local basketball, somebody was ejected at a basketball game, you're thinking, beef stew. Or you're
Right.
thinking like somebody like that. You're not thinking a guy that played 15, 20 years ago?
Right, but look, Tom
and in 8 rows up on the opposite side of the court.
Now, what, Tom pointed and got him tossed?
Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
Oh no. So there was something that happened, and it's hard because there's not a lot of information. We just go what we saw on the court. The officials came over and talked to Coach Izzo, and then Izzo obviously makes eye contact with Paul Davis, and you don't have to be a great lip reader to understand what Coach Izzo is saying. And then it almost felt like they were going to go back to play, and then the official said, no, he needs to leave. So Coach Izzo looks over at Paul and says, hey, get out of here. So they come down, they escort him out of the arena.
And we don't know what he said, but this was Tom Izzo's thoughts afterwards.
So at the start of that, first of all, when he says, I don't care if it's 25 or 20 years later, I'm going to call him tomorrow. I've had those calls, not necessarily with a situation like this, but Lloyd will call, I won't answer, and and then all of a sudden I see, hey, Coach Carr called. I'm instantly thinking, did one of my former teammates screw up, or did somehow I do something and Coach is calling me on it? It's always going to be called to the principal's office anytime somebody like that in your life gives you a call.
He was disappointed in your take at 7:35.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Or some of the sophomoric things you've had fun with over the. I'm surprised you haven't got slapped by Lloyd.
Yeah, trust me. I learned most of those things from Lloyd.
Oh.
Let's not. Yeah, okay. We had a great time, but yes, those calls are made, and so I'm sure today, Coach Izzo's going to follow through. He's going to call Paul and have that conversation with. The other question is, what was actually said?
Well, I know because Izzo clarified what he said wasn't racial or sexual in nature, just out of line.
So, or should be never
But it
said
should
anywhere
never-
in the world,
Ever
in the world. So, what was said that is not racial or sexual that would get you ejected from the
let's
game?
just play
That
the game.
Venn diagram is tiny.
In a former
overlap.
In a former radio life, we'd play the game. What did Paul Davis say?
I mean,
play it?
did he go at someone's family?
Yeah, ticket text. The ones that we can read.
We're not going to be able to read any.
I know that'll be for our pleasure. So I have no idea.
I mean, it had to be like a personal shot at the official, right? I'm trying to figure
but
out what
then-
would even
but then-
qualify.
but you're
But
like, okay.
personal, but not sexual,
right?
Not racial, just mean.
Probably
Yeah.
something to do with mom, wife, or kids. Was the guy bald? I think he was.
Well, yeah, but
crossing the line, though.
No, but that is what was the news story?
Well,
We
there
had-
would be one
it
you
was-
could, but it'd be racist.
I don't remember what it was, but very offensive to
Yeah,
call someone bald. Yes.
Fascinating.
I
Like the
don't know.
MSU one going away. There wasn't any drama. This was
the drama.
This was the drama. What the hell did he say? And Tom Izzo, not mincing words, not taking his side, saying, "Get him out of here."
Yeah, I have no clue what could possibly be said.
It'll come out. Someone heard what he said.
Well,
would
someone
think
for
so.
sure. The ref probably did.
fans who were at the game.
He was surrounded
in the
by
section.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was at the Breslin Center, so obviously, there were local people there. It wasn't like they were on the road and it was full of USC, fans.
No.
I can't even imagine. If it doesn't include any of those two things, like what would be so offensive that you're going to be kicked out?
And that Tom Izzo would be 150% on the side of an official.
Right, yeah, that's the other odd thing.
Sticking up for the stripes.
Yeah, and I mean, until we know what it is, like if we hear what it is, we're like, the official is that sensitive?
Well, it sounds like
it wasn't like he was courtside.
No, but it sounds like Tom feels like Paul the next day is going to go, yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Okay. I know, but I'm dying to know what it was.
Yeah, I know. Curiosity.
Tom, you reading text?
Yeah, and I'm not saying any of them.
Can't read any of them. Don't read them.
At least it would give us an idea. If it doesn't include those two things, what could possibly be said?
Oh, this one I can read. He said, "Go blue." The ref, and Izzo actually called the ref over to
get him out of here. Yeah, hold on. I heard that. Yeah, you need to make sure he's gone.
I'm trying to read through these and I can't.
Okay,
read any of them
another
either.
one is
I'm not gonna
it's because he was drinking a twisted tea.
Okay, I don't get it. I saw some of those comments on Twitter.
Yeah.
Is there something I'm missing about drinking twisted tea?
Or is it seen as not manly? I don't drink
Yes,
like
it's like
iced
the new
tea.
Zima.
Yeah, but you'll drink one of those big daiquiris at a Tigers game.
Yeah, I don't drink iced tea. It's not whether it's spiked or not. It's just
But
not
are
my
you saying that
drink
the
of
twisted
choice.
tea is
It's a girly
is
drink.
feminine?
Oh, I'm not
That's-
saying that. I'm saying that's why
Oh.
people would be.
Oh no, you wouldn't
But
say
you-
that because you want to make sure that you defend all those
Yeah,
girly
go ahead.
drinks.
Yeah, go ahead. Drink all your girly
But he
drinks.
does drink those tall.
You want to really emphasize
Yes,
this.
I do.
Jim does, yeah.
The double
yeah.
fist in the daiquiris
Yes,
at
yes.
Comerica Park.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, so we'll have to see if maybe our Spartan insider Rico will have some insight.
He said Calvin Johnson didn't complete the process of the catch. Phil and Clarkston. People trying to get creative so we can actually read some of theirs.
Yeah,
that doesn't really work.
No.
A lot of words we can't say on the radio. We'll move on. We'll talk Pistons basketball coming up at 9:35. Big time statement against the Knicks last night. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, by now you've probably heard the news, but on Monday, our coworker and longtime sports reporter Pat Caputo revealed that he's got some heartbreaking news. In a post on social media, he shared that he is battling stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He also said that he's been dealing with 2 other serious ailments, which put him in the ICU. He said that it was all very sudden, but he hasn't given an update or any other information on his health battles. So sad news. Prayers to him, thoughts to him. Everyone's pulling for him, thinking of him.
Yeah, John,
For
you were doing
sure.
shows with him way back when.
Oh yeah, I mean we did Lions pregame shows, and I learned a lot from him. I also learned the fact that you can challenge people on air and have this. And I know you have a great story about being challenged on air and a great back and forth.
Yeah, he doesn't back down.
No, he doesn't. But for him to be able to challenge people, and then he would challenge me to back it up with facts. I'm better today at what I do because I had worked with Pat Caputo.
Yeah, and I don't get to see him like at all at this point, but I used to see him. That was almost every shift I came in when I was working nights or weekends or working network for Pistons or Red Wings. He'd be on afterwards and saw him all the time and want to see him more, so we're pulling for him.
Yep. So if the cold, dark days have you down, I'm here to deliver some good news. Starting this week, we're gaining at least a minute of sunlight daily. So Monday was the first day since June that Metro Detroit gained more than a minute of daylight. And by the end of the month, Detroit will be gaining 2+ minutes of sunlight daily, and the sun will be setting at 5:45 p.m. And then they say by mid-February, we'll have sunsets at 6 p.m., and the days will keep getting longer and longer until the end of June.
Question.
Yeah.
What is the sun? Still looking for it this morning. Is it ever going to come out?
I thought you thought it was like,
I'm like, this dummy's asking a real question.
yes.
We don't get to see it for weeks or months at a time.
That's
but
the worst part of our winters, I think, is
Yeah.
the gloominess. Like the cold, fine, snow, fine, but the lack of sunlight sucks.
That was one of the great things about being at the bowl game in Florida. Even though the last couple of days, I went for a run in the morning, and it literally they had a cold snap, and it was like 33, 34 degrees when I was out jogging in Orlando. But it was a beautiful sunny day, and to feel that sun on your face makes all the difference in the world.
Does. So there's a class action lawsuit against a popular McDonald's sandwich that is picking up some steam. So this lawsuit was filed on December 23rd by 4 individuals who claim that McDonald's and their McRib is misleading customers because it doesn't actually contain pork rib meat. So instead, the lawsuit claims that the McRib is made with ground up portions of lower grade pork, like pork shoulder, heart, and stomach.
Huh.
Yes. Now, McDonald's has responded.
It's like a hot dog.
And said
Parts
that,
is
hey,
parts.
we deny these allegations. They're not true. They say the McRib uses 100% boneless pork with barbecue sauce, onions, and pickles, and there are no hearts or stomach or whatever this tripe. What's that?
Isn't that like sheep stomach?
Ooh. Anyway, they say none of that is included. So anyway, the lawsuit, the plaintiffs are seeking damages, restitution, and that's for anyone who's purchased a McRib in the last 4 years, and they want to prevent further deceptive advertising practices.
Does anyone here eat a McRib? Heather, I know you're out.
No.
I don't either. I don't think I've ever had a McRib. There's nothing about it that looks good.
It's like a cult favorite, though.
It
like
is.
It's got a
It
big
is, yeah.
following.
Yeah, and then they take it away and they bring it back and everybody goes nuts.
Yep. So it turns out that the Steelers had a little help from some higher power on Sunday night. Ahead of their shocking 26-24 home win over the Ravens, a priest blessed the field with holy water. And now apparently this is nothing new. I guess this is something that's done before every game.
Oh, every Steelers game? Because it was the end zone where the Baltimore kicker ended up shaking the kick.
Yes, which is why it's getting so much attention too. I think it's because it happened to be a photo of this Father Maximilian Maxwell.
Oh, Max.
Yeah.
That's Mad Max.
Yeah. He kind of went viral after he was caught on camera blessing the field with the holy water and praying by the end zone. And then, like you said, John, it was that exact end zone where the Ravens missed that goal-winning field goal attempt. So
what's his name again? Maximilian Maximus?
No. Maximilian Maxwell.
Oh, Max.
Hey, Hatchet's a Steelers fan.
Yeah, I was say, is he involved in this in any way?
Could be.
Okay, all right. Hey, if I had known this, I may have picked the Steelers.
Yeah.
For our playoff challenge. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we'll talk about the Pistons. It's 97-1. 16 off the bench for Jaden Ivey. George Blaha on the radio last night with the Pistons on Peacock. John, I called it a statement win. We started the show today. What statement did the Pistons make with that performance last night?
I mean, I wish they were getting more attention nationally, but I think it was to the city of New York, to the Knicks, to the Eastern Conference. And it had to be a wake-up call to really the entire NBA that this is a team that is not just having a good start. This is a team with a superstar in Cade Cunningham that is extremely deep. And, hey, we've been talking about Jalen Duren. Nationally, they might not be talking about Jalen Duren because he didn't play yesterday. They still found a way to dominate the New York Knicks. It put the rest of the NBA on notice. And as you mentioned earlier, this wasn't the NBA Finals. This wasn't even an NBA game. We heard JB talk about it after the game. It was one of 82 games. But this was the first opportunity to play the team that knocked you out of the postseason last year, and you dominated them.
I think it's bigger than one of 82. It counts the same as one of 82, but that's the first time they played the Knicks since the playoffs last year. The top two teams in the East. Is Detroit for real or not? They beat them by 31 points. They ran them out of the gym. They out-hustled and outworked them from the jump. 10-plus steals, 10-plus blocks, 20 forced turnovers. They crushed them on the glass. I think it was plus 10 or 12 on the glass. They out-hustled them, they outworked them, and they ran them off the floor. Cade Cunningham was the best player on either team. Jalen Brunson had the same number of assists as you and I did.
Zero.
Cade had 13. The Knicks as a team had 15. Cade got to kick his feet up in the fourth quarter, and the Pistons didn't let up. They added more. They're a deep team. That second unit with Ivy and Dennis Jenkins, I thought they played really well off of one another. Now, they hounded the ball. They played relentlessly. They made the statement, we're the best team in the Eastern Conference. Now, you only get to hold the crown as long as you play that way. But they're capable of playing that way. They're a problem come playoff time. They defend. They're deep. And yeah, they could always use another shooter, and I think there'll be a discussion at the trade deadline about that. They were talking about it last night pregame with Isaiah Thomas. But the Pistons are for real. That's the statement they made last night.
And it was on a back-to-back.
Great point, and it was shorthanded.
Yeah, back-to-back, shorthanded, and they took it to him from the opening tip. There was, at no point in that game did you think, oh boy, look out for Jalen Brunson, or look out for anything. At halftime, it was 10, and you felt like it was, the eye test told you it was more than that.
Right. They were fighting to earn every bucket. They flashed on the screen a couple minutes to go in the second quarter that the Knicks had more turnovers than made field goals at that point in the second quarter. Like, just a hard fought every possession. This team's breathing down your neck. Asar Thompson doesn't give you any chance to breathe if you're Jalen Brunson. And then Ron Holland comes in, and it's not like he's going to let up either. They always have one of those bulldogs, or pit bulls as they say, on the perimeter defending the ball. It's a constant. You don't get any relief when you play the Pistons. Cade leaves the game. Okay, good. An MVP candidate's out. Well, we've watched at times Sasser and Dennis Jenkins and now Jaden Ivey. That second unit, those guards will fill it up. You don't get to breathe when you play the Pistons. I mean, John, Duncan Robinson's crashing the offensive glass last night. I mean, it was clearly different. That's a different level of intensity that the Pistons brought to the game.
Yeah, everybody showed up to the party. Everybody had a hand in it, and they were able to, at the end of the first quarter, they're up by 1. And then they're up by 10 going into half. Then they're up by 20 going into the third. They end up winning by 31. What was the knock on them in the postseason last year against the Knicks?
Some let-ups.
Yeah, you'd get into the fourth quarter, and hey, you'd have a 15-point lead, and then it would evaporate, and then you're in a fight for your life. You end up losing the game.
Like, think about it. That was game 1, right? That was the story of game 1, and we go, oh, they had him.
Yeah.
They had him on the road in New York, but this young team wasn't ready for the playoffs. Then they take game 2, and they took them to 6, and the last 4 games were all decided by 3 points or less. That was without Isaiah Stewart. That was without this team getting a postseason, taste. John, these two teams meet in the playoffs. Pistons should win that series.
Yeah, and I didn't listen to everything that JB had to say after the game. Doing some of those post-game interviews, obviously, some of the easy questions are, hey, what'd you say to him at halftime if you come out and you blow him out in halftime? I would really like to know what JB what the conversation was on the at the bench in between the third and fourth quarter, knowing what happened in the playoffs last year. You're up by 20. Hey, it's time to put your foot on their throat. It's time to drop the hammer. You've got to have that killer instinct. Whatever it is, I don't know, but I guarantee you that JB did bring up the fact that, hey, we lost a game like this in the postseason last year. Let's show that we've improved.
My favorite moment of the game, Pistons knocked down a triple to hit triple digits. TV timeout. Shot a Spike Lee, sad on the sideline. Cut to Jalen Brunson on the bench, sad and pouting.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, fade out, Pistons fans hooting and hollering, having a great time. LCA was electric. Like, that was a great statement performance for the Pistons last night. We'll get some of your phone calls in the mix, 248-539-9797. Pistons more than a nice little team? I'd say so.
It sounds annoying.
Yeah, I know. Look, one more time. Evan Roberts in New York. Let's get to the people. Carl, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, listen, the Pistons are missing just one thing, and that's Malik Beasley. That's all we need. If he gets clear with the NBA, that's the only missing piece we need. I don't think they need to trade anybody because they can play with anybody. They showed it last night, taking out the Knicks by 30. And I think all we need is one pure shooter to take us over the hill, because it's going to get tougher for us, just like OKC is catching hell now, because teams are going to be ready for us, and they're going to watch film and develop their defensive schemes to try to stop us. So I think we just need, if I don't know when we can get him back, but I think that's all we need, because the games we lost really weren't by the last week. They weren't by a whole lot, but all we needed was a better shooting. And the defense is there. It's just that some teams, they just outplayed us on defense. But we got to get that one pure shooter back on the team, and I think we're good for the season.
Yeah, I just don't know why it's taking so long to get any news on Malik Beasley, one way or the other. It just seems like it's at a standstill.
Yeah. I'd welcome him back. Cost you nothing.
Yeah, if he's cleared, yeah.
Yeah. And look, and if he's not cleared, you approach the trade deadline and your first-round picks are late firsts. You're willing to give those up. Tobias Harris is an expiring contract. He could be part of a deal if you think it makes you better. And if you really want to get bold, where it gets a little murkier, would be, what are you doing with Jaden Ivey? Because I think there's another gear, and there's certainly an argument to just let him continue to ramp back up. He's still right around the 1-year mark of when that injury happened. He may blossom into that off-ball scorer, shooter that they need. He could also be rolled into a deal to get something more permanent. Ivy's on an expiring deal, something more permanent that fits the team better.
Yeah.
But they're in an advantage position where I'm not clamoring for them to do something for the sake of doing something. They're the best team in the East, and they've earned a little bit of that luxury of, hey, if they choose to run this group into the playoffs, I think they'll make a deep run.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of, do they believe, or do we believe that they've got enough to ultimately get it all done? And really just in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
You get to the NBA Finals, anything can happen.
Yeah. Calls, texts, Pistons talk. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, if you are looking to start your fitness journey, maybe you're new to fitness, it's a great place to do it. Any membership offers free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers focused solely on you. And if you're an expert, hey, it's a great place to work out because they've got so many different ways that you can do it. And we all have different reasons why we work out. I've shared mine a number of times with you. I want to be able to have fun with my kids. They range from 4 to 20. They're all doing different things. I want to make sure that I'm healthy enough for a long time to be able to do things with them. It's $15 for the membership. It's $1 down, $15 for the membership. If you enjoy going and you want to up your membership, they have the Planet Fitness Black Card membership where you have access to over 2,800 clubs nationwide. There's 50 of them here in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids. So if you travel, you always got a place to work out. There's a lot of perks that come along with it, too, in the Black Card spot. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Text calls talking about the Pistons in their win yesterday against the Knicks. Nick Shurar.
You can stop that anytime.
I know. I just want to rub in how stupid that was.
Well, his team didn't back up what he was talking about.
Yeah. Well, and these people have clarified. He's a Nets fan. Evan Roberts, FAN in New York, a Nets fan. But he was talking about the Knicks and how, the Pistons aren't some big threat because they're a nice little cute Gucci pinch your cheeks basketball team. Pistons are a problem. Pistons are going to fight you in a back alley to the finish. Mm-hmm. And the Knicks weren't ready for that fight last night. Some of the response coming in. Pistons are for real. Cade is for real. They're the best team in the Eastern Conference, the deepest team. Them winning a championship would depend on style of play in the playoffs and coaching. Making adjustments in a playoff series is underrated for a coach, Sean in a truck. Well said.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've all known that Cade is for real. I think now everyone else, especially when you look at MVP odds, like he's top 3.
Yeah.
Everyone else is starting to take notice as well.
Guys, reminder, before the game, the Pistons were a 1-point underdog. They won by 30. Dallas and Royal Oak.
31, actually.
Yep. Buddy and I were the only guys at a local downriver bar. We went specifically to watch the game. What a treat. Statement win without Duran, Tyler, and Woodhaven.
Mm-hmm.
Pistons keep playing this way. You won't be the only one at that bar.
No.
Mm-mm. People are paying attention. Talking about the Pistons, I really like Javonte Green. He reminds me of Vinnie Johnson off the bench. Can I make a request for his nickname be the Air Fryer? Have a great day, Gary in Waterford.
Instead of the microwave.
Mm-hmm. Modern version. Hey, will the Red Wings ever get shown some love again? Question mark.
Okay, I know that they're first in their division. They're first in the Eastern Conference, just like the Pistons are.
They won last night. It's a good win in Ottawa.
And we did the quote unquote hockey math to where they've got a 2.5 game lead over the cut line versus the Pistons having a 3.5 game lead over the second place team. And they just beat maybe the big, I don't know if it's the big obstacle. I think Boston, if they do get Jason Tatum back, they'll be the big obstacle. But right now, I think everybody was looking at New York and saying that's the other team.
That's your showdown spot. Top 2 teams in your conference, and the Pistons won by 30. Not to take away from the Wings winning at Ottawa. It's been a house of horrors, especially a couple years ago. But it's not the same thing as what the Pistons did.
Yeah, and the Pistons have split with the Celtics.
Yeah.
I think they lost at home and they won on the road.
And if you want to, I guess, try to find an apples to apples, the Red Wings played the best team in the East in the Carolina Hurricanes recently, and the Canes showed who they are. Look, I think some of this is not that we want to discount the Red Wings. We'll keep talking about them. I mean, I'm happy they're in first place. Be at the game on Thursday. The Pistons are just, we trust them more. They've achieved more. They're better, right? Between these two teams. I mean, the Wings have a minus goal differential. They're in a very topsy-turvy Eastern Conference where 2 games one way or 2 games another could throw you out of the playoffs.
Yeah, and,
so
and
it's just
the Pistons have an MVP candidate, and the Wings don't.
Right. I think Sider's having a hell of a year, but again, the Pistons are just, and I say this as a hockey guy, as someone who goes to more of the Red Wing games, the Pistons are the better story, the better team, and on a day like today, they deserve all the oxygen and all the airtime.
Right, and you're going head-to-head, sure. If it was only the Wings playing last night, we would have talked more Wings today.
Of course.
They'll have their time. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Just keep winning, man.
I do think this is an interesting conversation. When are you buying in?
So the
Red Wings? Like, is it going to take March?
We watched them blow a 10-point cushion not that long ago.
But they're not that team.
Well, that team wasn't that team
Sider's
until they
better.
were that team. No, I know. Edvinson's taken a jump.
Goaltending is getting better.
Gibson had a rough start, has been much better December on. Yeah.
I'm just curious. I know because they've played more games in the East than any other team, so
that's part of it. Yeah,
yeah. And the negative goal differential is the one that really has my eyebrow raised. Yeah. But then Ottawa has a +2, and they're second to last in the East because it's so jumbled up and tight. I mean, the Red Wings they're the top seed right now by points, but they're 7 points from being out of the playoffs.
I mean, my answer is I'll believe it when they're in the playoffs. I've been out in front of it and looked like a fool several times.
So you're guarded now.
Yeah, I am. The car flag's not coming up unless they're in the playoffs.
New Costa.
Look, I've made a fool of myself and will. I mean, that's just doing this job. But I'm going to be very.
You don't have to doing this job. You can. Your propensity is that you do.
I don't think you should hold back, but I'm just being honest. I feel like I have to hold back with the Red Wings.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that feel the same way just because of the previous 3 years in March where you kind of thought you had a shot. You were waiting for them to do something, anything, and they never did.
Yeah, show me. End of January, they play Colorado. That's a huge measuring stick game. Mm-hmm. Then you have to deal with the layover. Some of the guys will play in the Olympics. A lot of the guys won't. Can you come back, get back on the horse in MARCH, hold your ground, get to the deadline? Maybe we get an infusion for the first time. Like, there's a lot of things to look forward to with this team, but there's a lot of questions they have to answer.
I think they've taken a couple significant baby steps here, though. We've mentioned in December. That's a game they lose last year.
Well, how about this? December as a month, I believe, is the best. They won 11 games, I think it was in December. It's like the best month they've had in more than a decade.
I mean, they're trending the right way here. And then the other thing, I think, just a little good sign last night was getting 2 full points in Ottawa after you only got 1 out of 4 against the Penguins. So you're stopping the bleeding when points are drying up. Just little things that they didn't do last year.
And to your point, last year they actually lose that hockey game because Tkachuk scores to make it a 1-goal game, and then the Red Wings end up on the penalty kill for several 2-minute minors they had to kill off. And what do? They score a shorthanded goal for the first time all season.
Didn't you say it was like 80 games?
So Ken Daniels referenced it. It was the first time in 70-plus games that they scored a shorthanded goal.
See?
But last year they give up a power play goal, and it's tied, and you're going, Ottawa, damn it. A little different. Found a way to win.
Yeah. It's a good night.
It's a very good night. Yeah. Got Gator coming into the studio.
Mm-hmm. Listen, you start off 3-0. You better win that game.
Yep.
I know it doesn't happen 100% of the time, but it should happen 99% of the time.
Yeah.
It's a great start, and they've been, he shuffled the lines, and it paid off last night.
Finally got Raymond scoring a goal.
Yeah, and they had other opportunities. They only took 20 shots.
I know.
And they scored on 5 of them, and none of them were empty net goals. So that was pretty good. Gibson was out of his mind.
Yeah.
Played outstanding.
Yeah, he saw, 40 shots, 39 shots, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So he's playing at the level that they thought he would when they got him in the offseason.
Did you watch Sparty basketball last night?
I watched part of the second half, most of the second half.
Yeah. Did you by chance, I know you get some connections. You know what was said?
I know what was said, or at least I know what's reported that was said.
Oh, I didn't hear what was
maybe it wasn't. I shouldn't say reported.
I thought breaking news.
Boards, I saw stuff.
Oh,
that
okay.
Was reported what was said, and it was very unsavory.
Oh boy,
was not appropriate at all. He,
So Coach Izzo's response was appropriate.
It was appropriate. Yeah.
Okay.
As Tom Izzo said, 150%.
Okay.
Yeah. Anywhere in the world.
He goes, if I agree with the referees 150%, it's almost illegal. So,
okay.
It was bad. But Izzo pointed out it wasn't racial. It wasn't sexual.
Yeah.
It was just wildly inappropriate.
Okay.
And from Paul Davis.
Right.
I mean, that was our first baseman, John, in the softball game.
I know. I saw him. I'm like, hey, I know that guy. That guy's really tall.
He's really tall. That's you saying
I said that, yeah.
Right.
And I'm like, hey, he seemed like such a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. He's a super nice guy. He just said the wrong thing last night, and it's hard to hide when you're the only guy wearing like a white Spartan pullover. Everybody else is wearing green.
Yeah.
You're wearing the white pullover, and you're 6'11".
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to ignore.
It is, yes, and but the best part I think was Izzo, what he mouthed to him. If you at all can read lips, you know what.
Yeah. Funny. We're going to talk Pistons right out of the gate.
Perfect. They've been hot. People have been talking about them with us all morning. People feeling good about our basketball team. Karsch Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. Hello, Scott Anderson.
Hi, Doug Karsch.
What's up?
Well, just enjoying it was a good night last night.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on last night.
Mm-hmm.
Good hoops, good hockey, good times, and a good football game in college football.
The FCS championship game?
Yes, sir.
Brock Speck has a kicking problem. Illinois State's kicker had 2 kicks blocked at the end. They could have won him the national championship, but whatever. I'm going to say something here, and you tell me if it's too much or it's totally true. Kang, I want you to sound off on this one too. Is it too much or totally true? Knicks, Cavs, Pacers, Celtics, your time is over. The East goes through Detroit. Full stop. Too much or totally true?
I don't think it's total. I think it's totally true for this year. I think when guys get back to the floor, it might be a different story. Now we're going to have some real competition.
Hang another year on those guys.
Right? No, I like that. I like the chestiness. And I think it's mostly true. I think it does go through Detroit this year. I think you want to win the East, you got to beat the Pistons.
Kang, is it too much or spot on?
For the 25-26 season, it's totally true. I think it goes through Detroit this year. The Knicks, I think they have more like talent, pure talent. You know, Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, those, you know, Mikal Bridges. Those guys are legit dudes in this league. I don't trust Mike Brown at all. I know he's a terrible hire head coach. I think the Pistons, they're the team to beat in the East until proven otherwise. And they just proved it last night. Last night was belt to ass, boys. Belt to ass.
They clowned on the Knicks.
30-point win in front of Spike Lee.
On many occasions, I would like feel a sense of I'd feel sad for the other team. Like, oh, these poor guys. And I almost did, except it was the Knicks. So I didn't feel the least bit sad.
No.
And by almost did, I mean I didn't really at all. They beat the crap out of the Knicks.
31 points. I think that's a drubbing. That is officially a drubbing. Once you get past 20, it's definitely a drubbing. But they got past 30. They put so much pressure on the Knicks throughout the game. It beat them in every facet of the game. The only place they didn't beat them at was the free throw line. But outside of that, I mean, they shot well over 50% from the field. They shot over 50% from threes. They out-rebounded them, I think, with 40-30. They committed fewer turnovers. They were stealing the ball. They were blocking the ball. They just did an amazing job. And
block shots, second chance opportunities.
So I'm flipped earlier. I watched right before halftime. I had the game on, and I saw that Jalen Brunson had like 17 points. He was scoring a bunch, and Cade at that time I think had 14, and then Cade drains a 3 and hits a layup and does something else, and the next thing you know he's got 20, but he had like 9 assists already. So Cade finishes with 29 points and 13 assists. Mm-hmm. Jalen Brunson had 25 points
and
0 assists.
Zero.
Not a 1 from your point guard. Your point guard had 0 assists. Not much of a point guard if you're going to have 0 assists. Now, Brunson is a good player. He's a little bit unethical when it comes to scoring. He's always complaining. But you got to do more to help out your team, buddy. And he didn't. He did nothing to help out his team. 25 points, great, but you did not have a single assist in the game. Cade outscored you, and he added another 13 assists that lead to at least 26 points.
I got to hand it to the fans that were there last night. The persistence and the commitment to booing Jalen Brunson. It takes discipline. It takes a lot of stamina. Whole game, let him have it. Was there an FU Brunson in there mixed in? It was hard to tell through TV.
Oh, Doug, I don't think people would chant something like that.
Well, fans in Michigan never say anything that crossed the line.
Not in the college or pro.
No. Was there an FU Brunson, Kang? Did you hear an FU Brunson coming through the TV last night?
I did not.
I thought I heard it.
Was it your wife that was saying it? She's a basketball junkie.
She is. 248-539-9797. Is it too much to say that the East goes through Detroit? Did the Pistons send the message that you're ready to plant that flag? The East goes through Detroit.
By the way, props to Kang for the shirt today.
The Pistons green.
I love that one from a couple years ago.
I got to tell you, I am so excited because at some point I'm going to debut. One of my kids got me for Christmas something Pistons related, and you are going to hate it, which excites me.
Sounds like a hat, and sounds like it's going to be flat brimmed and awful.
Does that fake hair on it? I know you hate the fake hair.
Why is it fake hair?
Oh no! If you don't even bother if that's it.
Gator did put on his list is visor fake hair guy.
Like the troll type hair, right? That it spikes up. Yeah.
Well, you'll see. It'll probably debut this week. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Tyler out of Cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Tyler.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
All right.
Hey, I'd like to hear what Robinson's got to say today after that Detroit's got a little good basketball team. Cute little
basketball team. Yeah, that was out of New York.
I bet it's a different ring to it today. Couple things. I think, obviously, they're off to an amazing start. One we haven't seen in quite a while. They're playing just absolute caliber basketball, just front and end of it. They got depth, man. They got some depth where a lot of our teams, we can't say that, you know. We guys get hurt on these other teams. We get pulled these guys off the streets, it seems like. And with the Pistons, man, you get the bench out there with just starting with the bench, and you're feeling confident with the starters. So they got depth, which is awesome. The regular season, obviously, a little different than the playoffs, but we're enjoying the ride right now, man. We're enjoying it as Detroit fans.
It's really refreshing, and they're doing it shorthanded. They're doing it against teams that are healthy and in a definitive fashion. Like, I'm going to guess that deep down last night's game meant more to Detroit and the Detroit locker room than it meant to the 100%. Knicks locker room. So 100%. I'm not going to dismiss that. But it wasn't like the Pistons won by 12.
No, they were up. It was a 10-point lead at half, and then all of a sudden it's 15, 20. And then they kind of, the Knicks tried to come back a little bit, but at the end of the day, they just put them in their place, and it was great to see. It was awesome to see Spike Lee there, all sad and disappointed. Go to Brunson, throwing a fit. It's just great. It was great.
Even at the end, their head coach, they had a camera shot of the head coach with his head in his hands, and he was leaning forward. You couldn't see his face.
Mark Brown.
It was great. Actually, it was one of the assistants. No, I'm sorry. I got confused with the USC game. My bad.
Who also took a belt to the hindquarters yesterday.
My bad.
Yes, that was a rough trip through Michigan for the USC Trojans. Nonetheless, the Pistons' definitive victory over the Knicks, that was wholly satisfying. 248-539-9797. Is it too early to say that the road to the NBA Finals, the East, goes through Detroit? Got some feedback coming in on this. Want your phone calls as well. Are you comfortable with that statement here in Detroit right now? And if not, that's fine. Like, I totally get if you want to see more. But it is trending in a very good direction with this young core. I got some line stuff to get to. The best of what Dan Campbell said to the media yesterday. A little foreshadowing of what's ahead. Red Wings with a win last night. So lots coming up here on Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1. New York Post headline today. Knicks inexcusable no-show comes with hard to ignore realities. One of those hard to ignore realities is the East goes through Detroit. Are you comfortable with that statement? 248-539-9797. Jason on Twitter says, it's a little too early. We all remember what happened last year when everybody started predicting the Tigers would win the Central. Arvel tweets us and says, true. Is there any lesson to be learned with what the Tigers did? Is there any relevant comparison, or are they completely apples and oranges, doesn't matter?
I think it's apples and oranges, different sports, different teams, different rosters. I think the Pistons roster, top to bottom, is outstanding. I don't think the Tigers roster, top to bottom, is outstanding. I think the Tigers roster had an outstanding starting pitcher and a few really good players, and then, some mediocrity sets in. Maybe they had
a lot of role players.
Maybe they had a high role players. Yeah, maybe they had a high basement, but a high floor. But yeah, it's the Pistons roster is great.
Let's go to Andrew in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Andrew.
What's going on, fellas? Without question, the East goes through Detroit. Because let's call it what it is. The East is not that good and not competitive a conference. The only other team we really got to worry about are the Heat and the Knicks. So with that said, I believe we have a better roster than the Knicks, a better team. The difference between the Tigers and the Pistons is, with the Tigers, you got your starting pitcher, but he only pitches, once every 5 games or something like that. With K, he's in there every game, unless, he's out for injury or whatever. But you have a consistent, steady roster. Now, the only thing I would prefer a big man, a forward that we can trust a little bit more with the scoring. I'm not a big fan of Tobias. I think he's too up and down, very not consistent. So if we can find a consistent 4, there's nobody that should be able to beat us out east without question.
Well, the trade deadline is going to be fascinating because I think the Pistons have a roster that screams the least to make a trade out of all the Detroit teams, but the situation may scream the most to make a trade. And what I mean by that is they've got such a young core. If they just keep the band together, I feel like there is a good chance that this group, if not this year, eventually is going to be in a good position for a 5-6 year stretch in the East. Like if you trade for a win now player, I don't have an issue with that. But they're already playing like the best team in the East. All those other teams that I mentioned, if they get healthy, they may bring Detroit down, but they're also much older. We did the average age thing last year with the Celtics and the Pacers and the Knicks, and Detroit was so much younger than everybody else that the motivation to keep the band back together and just run this conference for a good period of time is there. It's there. But you're not going to make a trade at the trade deadline to get what he asked for or to get, what we've had, Michael Porter Jr., and we've had Lauri Markkanen. You're not going to make one of those moves without giving up one and probably 2 young pieces that are contributing now. So, it's an interesting spot Trajan Langdon's in. Trajan Langdon, I'm not going to say we know him, okay, but we've talked to him a couple times. We've had him on the show. We don't know him.
I'm glad you didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying it. But he seems like a steady.
He is focused.
Yep, but
doesn't get too high or too low.
I don't think he's going for headlines.
No, he's just putting together a roster that's best in the Eastern Conference at this point. One of the best rosters in all of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
The Athletic came out with their power rankings, and the Pistons are number 2. And this is before last night's game. I mean, they're getting some respect. They actually were among the top headlines on ESPN.com today for what they did to the Knicks. So they're starting to get
story about. Was it about the? Sorry, I'm going to get super cynical here.
No, I understand.
Was it about the Pistons, or was it more like what's going on with the Knicks?
Well, the headline it's more about the Knicks. It says drubbed in Detroit, skidding Knicks seek answers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we were the supporting actor in that story.
Sure, but we'll take it. At least you're starting to get some kind of notice, although it's because a New York team was involved. But I think it's starting to tilt a little bit. I'd love for the Pistons to go out there and get a sharpshooter that can really lift this team.
I worry about the chemistry, and I don't want to mess with the chemistry on this team.
Yep.
But I trust Trajan Langdon to get it done. I think Trajan Langdon's made some great additions to this team. And I heard somebody bring this up in the morning show as I was driving in, talking about, the solution is simple. The solution factor in things.